And the first thing you do to protect an object that you deem that it is heritage is to remove it from the use, to remove it from the tear and wear of the people. So protection means actually keeping the people away from the monuments in order to save them, in order to have them intact. It is based mainly on technical expertise. You need architects, you need conservators, you need historians, you need archaeologists, you need a whole host of scientists. These are the people who know what to do with this heritage. And of course, there are limited intersectorial connections. Safeguarding, on the other hand, means empowering the people that do the social practices, that perform the elements. We're interested in the communities of the people, and we're trying to see how they can perform their heritage fuller and how they can transmit it to the next generations if they want so. And so we do not need that much of, or we do not need solely technical expertise. We do not need solely science. We need to have a holistic approach to culture and to the meaning that the people attach to their expressions. So the main thing is transdisciplinarity, the collaboration of many scientists from many fields, but it always starts and has to do with the engagement of the people who are the bearers of this heritage. So community participation is the most celebrated aspect in this model of managing heritage. All measures of safeguarding should start within the community of bearers of ICH. The researchers, the experts, the academics, etc., and state administration as well should be facilitators engaged when they are truly needed. The states parties to the convention should set the appropriate inventorying mechanism, but identifying and documenting intangible cultural heritage is primarily an act that starts with the communities of bearers of elements of this heritage. The inventories of intangible cultural heritage should transmit the bearers' discourse on the element of their heritage. The views of the researchers are, of course, invaluable, but drawing an entry in an ICH inventory is not an academic exercise. Inscribing an element on the national inventory is not just a decision made by civil servants based on their expertise and the use of law. The communities are or can be informed on the results of academic research on elements of their heritage, and they are free to use them, to benefit from them if they feel so. But these are not imposed on them, their interpretations and those scientific outcomes. The priorities of state administration bodies competent with implementing the convention, on the other hand, are validated only if the communities deem their help and the manner it is administered, which is sometimes most crucially, only if they deem it necessary. Safeguarding measures should reflect the communities' and groups' own concerns and perspectives on the validity of the element, on the viability of the element of their heritage. Initiative from the communities and active community participation in every inventorying process and in all safeguarding measures is required. Communities, groups, and where applicable, individuals should have the primary role in safeguarding their own ICH. And this is, in a nutshell, the primacy of community in implementing this convention, in implementing this management model for living heritage. The other challenge that the convention presents is that of intersectoral approach to heritage, particularly when it comes to craftsmanship. We are used, people working in the heritage field, in measures to measures that emanate from a scientific or administrative center and are carried by the same center. Here, by drawing safeguarding measures for intangible cultural heritage, we must take into account several other agents, other branches of public administration, such as education programming, tax regulations, social security regulations, as well as the private sector and civil society. Promoting and highlighting the cultural values of a practice, of a cultural expression that falls into the domain of ICH, is the first and crucial step for building this intersectoral network. It is the springboard from which we start a long-distance run. It is a very demanding task to make all these different agents and organizations focus on particular aspects of culture and design them and implement those measures. But when it happens, it is truly rewarding. Now the inventory, because nothing can happen unless a particular expression is inscribed on the national inventory. Inventorying intangible cultural heritage is a process of selecting and defining a certain social practice. Moreover, the social practice must comply with the overarching values of the UN. Don't forget, UNESCO is a UN body, which is respect for human rights, sustainable development, contribution to peace. On the same time, this description must not come exclusively from scholars, as we already seen, but must be drawn by the community of the bearers of the element. Their discourse is to be found on the inventories. In the inventories, their perspectives are to define the safeguarding measures. The competing body for the implementation of the ICH Convention in Greece, the Directorate of Modern Cultural Heritage, has inscribed in the Greek National Inventory of ICH 83 cultural expressions as of today. We started inventorying in 2013. The inscription of olive culture, for example, thank you, was the fruit of collaboration with the Olive Roots, our host today, as a collective representative of all the people involved in olive tree culture and marketization of the olive tree products. Establishing the social practices connected with olive culture, i.e. its meaning for the communities of people practicing it or are involved in any aspect of the production, dissemination, and consumption of various goods connected with the olive oil or olive tree, was the most demanding task, and it is always the focus of every inventorying exercise. So, to summarize, the inventories are tools for the communities of the people who perform ICH, tools for them so that by discussing their heritage, they can make plans on how their heritage can go on and be transmitted to future generations. We have always in the Greek Ministry of Culture given particular emphasis on cultural expressions associated with craftsmanship in general. And we have more than 50 of the 83 inscriptions that relate to several techniques and know-how, and in agriculture and in agri-food traditions in particular. More than 30 cultural expressions that are inscribed that are directly linked with agricultural traditions, cultivation, preparation, and consumption of food as a social practice. You can see some of them here. It is in Greek. I'm sorry for the people who cannot read Greek, but if you go to this website, in most of them, there is an English translation. So why do we do or why should we be engaged in promoting and safeguarding ICH? And with this, I would like to end. It is the spirit of the ICH Convention demonstrates vividly UNESCO's belief that culture should be considered a fundamental enabler of sustainability, a resource of meaning and energy, a wellspring of creativity and innovation, and a resource to address challenges and find appropriate solutions. It is a belief we all share, I believe, here, but we have also to take stock of the current situation we live in, to adapt our activity to the wider picture that compels us to reevaluate our priorities, particularly in circumstances such as the one that we're experiencing today in Europe, a condition of uncertainty and change brought about not just the war, but by a major shift towards energy sustainability. Or as some argue, the war is directly connected to that shift in energy resources from fossil fuel to renewable resources. If the 19th and the 20th century were the centuries of fossil fuel, the 21st century must be a century of renewable resources if we are to adapt successfully to the challenge of climate change. And speaking now as a historian, which is basically what I am, it has been observed that the consequences of for a society that is not being able to deal with on its own terms with change, those consequences can be disastrous. At the very least, inability to deal with change means that this society no longer determines its own historical trajectory, but surrenders to outside events. Culture shapes interpretations of experience and determines the action taken to cope with change. Different cultures produce dramatically different interpretations and even misinterpretations of the same event. And these interpretations may lead to action that can have significant repercussions. Those actions may be incomprehensible if the terms of the original interpretation are not understood, if the culture is not understood. So, having that in mind, the centrality of culture and interpretation for paving the way for our future, we do whatever we can so that this aspect of our heritage, intangible cultural heritage, social practices, and social meaning can be safeguarded and can be cherished and celebrated by its bearers, but also by all of us. Thank you very much.
Where it will show that some actually involved Spain and its organization in the country and also we highlight the transition from protection and conservation to preservation with the statement concept of the community. This slide also at the forward of the idea behind the all project. As we have here, while our next key figure is to be the home, we will strongly compare whether the home is being anticipated at the modern day assembly. To go to the label of all the law enforcement. And now I would like to present us.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Maya. Hi, everybody. I am particularly happy to see you all in person for this first colloquium of the Olive4All program, Olive Heritage for Sustainable Development, raising community awareness of a living heritage. I'd like to remind you in a few words of the main points of the program that brings us together today and which have been selected by the GPI expert in winter 2020-21. As a reminder, but I think you all know it here, this project is a fruit of collaboration between 3 countries, France, Greece, and Portugal, with 3 project investigators, my colleague Francisco Diaz and Thanasis Korakis, who is unfortunately not with us today. I would like also to warmly greet all our teams that are here. Thank you all again for allowing us to meet at last. Several socio-economic partners are largely involved in the project, starting with the roots of the olive tree, which I'd like to thank warmly for their collaboration and their welcome. I'd like to excuse also Eduardo Robri, who can't be with us today. We are also thinking of other important partners whom I'd like to thank again on this occasion. You'll find them on the list here. I'll start with a brief presentation of the project Olive4All in 3 regions. Our project is focused around the heritage of the olive tree, understood in a very broad sense: the tree, the fruits, the landscapes, the products, but also the tools, the know-how and techniques for producing olive oil, for example, the religious rituals that call upon it, the traditions and festivals dedicated to the olive tree. In short, everything that is linked to the olive tree and that is part of our heritage. What has been handed down from generation to generation to the men and women who work with it on a daily basis and who keep it alive. The olive tree brings us together today because it's a symbolic tree of the Mediterranean area, present in the landscape, on our plates, in our minds. It defines the limits of the Mediterranean area, shapes the landscape, and feeds its inhabitants. The olive tree, therefore, has a predominant place in the Mediterranean culture that we approach in this way. It bears witness to social memory, forms identities, and conveys emotions, individual and collective values. We are not interested in an exceptional heritage, but in a living heritage, experienced on a daily basis, which is material, cultural, and intangible. A heritage managed by men and women who sometimes form a community in the sense of the Faro Convention. Our idea is to get to know this heritage, but also to see how it can be further developed in today's society. This study therefore focuses on 3 research areas representative of the Euro-Mediterranean region: Messina here, Provence, and Trás-os-Montes, Alto Douro, and Alentejo. Olive4All wants to explore how this olive heritage can be identified, valued, and managed, thus giving meaning to its general inclusion in society. We do not believe that heritage is a domain reserved for culture, but that it concerns all our contemporary problems: economic, social, political, environmental. Our idea is indeed to see the links maintained by men and women in each of the program countries with the olive tree and its products. This is often an emotional link that contributes to the identity of each person. It is by highlighting the dimension that we wish to raise awareness among the general public, including all the actors who hold this heritage, of the value of this heritage within our contemporary societies. It's obviously a question of encouraging its preservation and transmission, as we believe that it is a source of beneficial lessons, particularly from a sustainable development perspective. So the idea is to network the actors and share the good practices that are used in our 3 countries. We therefore wish to follow the diagram opposite, inspired by McGee in 2019, which places heritage at the heart of a virtuous cycle to promote sustainable development, taking into account the planet, the people, peace, and prosperity. For this purpose, our project is based on a 4-step methodology: creating knowledge, connecting people with heritage, safeguarding and promoting heritage, and developing a reflexive and sustainable society. This project is an action research project. Our scientific approach can be summarized as follows: research, appropriation, action. This structure determined the division of the project into 3 thematic work packages and 1 organizational work packages. All work packages are linked. Each is structured around a main theme: inventory of the olive tree heritage and mapping of the actors who own it, raising awareness among stakeholders and the general public of the value of the olive tree's heritage through mediation and education mechanism, exhibition, digital platform, tasting, film, and so on. Promotion of a sustainable development of the territories based on the olive tree heritage. Survey for the development of a sustainable tourism of the olive tree. To go further, the first work package, we have started to conduct surveys in all 3 program countries. Most of the surveys carried out are based on 5 interview grids that have been developed and validated by the 3 teams. These grids allow us to better understand the representations of men, women, and inhabitants of the 3 regions of the olive tree heritage. 4 different themes for these grids: the emotional link with the heritage, the heritage of the olive tree, sustainable development, and territorial development. A specific grid is also conducted with children. It is the many interviews underway in our 3 regions that allow us to make this initial assessment at the symposium that brings us together today. Several surveys are being conducted in parallel to gain a better understanding of heritage and its actors, mainly documentary research, survey collection, which allows us to collect objects for our exhibition in France, and so. For the work package 2, the objective of this work package is to reflect on innovative forms of cultural education aimed at creating a link between society and its heritage. In this work package, we want to test a methodology based on experimentation and action research. Various forms of narration following the principles of transmedia storytelling will be used to enhance the olive growing heritage and make it more concrete, attractive, and alive in the eyes of the audience, who will also be invited to participate. This transmedia device will contribute to the dissemination of the results obtained in the first work package and the 3rd work package. These devices are a collaborative platform, a documentary film, a narrative map, a tasting counter, and an exhibition that will be held for the first time in France at the Salagon Museum from May 2023 for 1 year or more. A survey will follow this step to evaluate both the exposure and the platforms created and their reception. The work package 3, the objective of this work package is to reflect on the development of tourism in the regions concerned. The surveys and actions will also establish how to promote more responsible and sustainable consumption through identification and analysis of tourism products in the 3 regions, evaluation of the reception of oil tourism products by professionals in the sector, and measuring the attractiveness of olive tourism. We'll also compare the world of the olive tree with the world of wine, which is more advanced in the tourism sector. Our wish is to produce keys to help professionals in the field based on our survey results. We'll offer them tools to work better together and enhance their heritage for development purposes. We'll also organize a conference. These are the main elements of our project. To finish this brief presentation, here are our future main milestones until the end of project in 2024. I bring your attention of the mapping of the heritage points of interest in 1 year. And the exhibition in the Museum of Salagon in France, and the launch of the transmedia devices in a year also. Now that you know all about the general context that links us, Here is more information related to the conference that brings us together today. As we have seen, both tangible and intangible heritage is a result of a process of a factory. People have to commit themselves in order to enhance an object, a custom, techniques to make them become heritage. Researchers in social sciences, notably in information and communication science, starting with Jean Davalon, have shown the extent to which the process of patrimonialization is a social one. This intervention by people is even more important when the heritage is intangible, since people are needed to maintain it, to keep it alive, and to transmit it. Thus, with the introduction of policies for the conservation and enhancement of intangible heritage, there has been an awareness that heritage is fundamentally linked to communities in the sense of the Faro Convention. Individuals, a collective who lay claim to the heritage object because it does have meaning for them. Within the framework of this conference, we would like to focus more specifically on the social actors who have a special relationship with the olive tree heritage. We are therefore interested in the individuals and groups who are members of the collective and who are closely or remotely linked to the heritage of the olive tree. They are not all equally aware of the value of the heritage they hold. Some of them commit themselves to keep this heritage alive and become part of the heritage community by becoming societal actors. Our aim is thus to better understand this commitment and this process of awareness and mobilization, which, from the collective of actors considered as stakeholders, become members of a community that claims this heritage, seeking to preserve it in order to leave it to future generations. In this way, we question the privileged link that people have with their heritage. Three issues in particular have attracted our attention. Who are the actors linked to the olive tree heritage? We observe that there is a diversity of actors who allow this heritage to live on, whether or not they come from the olive growing sector. Individuals, small amateur producers or professional millers, as well as groups, associations, museums, coming from various socio-economic worlds, agriculture, politics, culture, trade, and so on. Our idea is to know better the actors linked to the olive tree heritage. Why claiming, the second one, why claiming the heritage of the olive tree? Indeed, besides, we want to study the motivations linked to the commitment to heritage. What makes people want to value the olive tree heritage and to commit themselves to it? What are the motivations, political, economic, social, cultural, environmental, linked to this commitment to heritage enhancement? Third one, what are the forms of heritage commitment? A third issue will allow us to reflect on the multiple forms that this commitment can take. How can we attempt to describe and analyze the process by which an actor in the olive tree collective claims it as heritage and participates in a heritage community? We will try to unfold the different operations that allow the individual to engage in the heritage claim. By comparing the information from the survey carried out in the three countries, by hearing the professionals who will share their stories and memories with us, we will confronted with different forms of commitment, which I am sure will feed our reflections and enrich our perception of the olive tree heritage. I thank you again for your presence. Please do not hesitate if you have any questions. I'm very happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Please come here and join us. Before we proceed with the discussion and questions,
and questions from the audience. We would like to try to connect. We would like to try to connect with Stavroula Maglavera, the public relations representative of the Institute of Digital Culture, Communication Technologies and Education at the Research Center IASON of the University of Thessaly. So let's give it a shot. Let's see if our internet connection works.
Good morning to everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. The title was very big. My welcome, it will be shorter. I would like to welcome you in Kalamata to Olive4All workshop. I think it's a great opportunity, this collaboration, and I'm really, in our institute, we, as already mentioned, olive and olive trees our heritage, and not only, it's our is a production line for Greece also, an economic factor of our economy. I would like to welcome you. I would like to, I hope that yesterday you enjoy the trip in the land of olive trees in near Kalamata and Kardamili. And I take the opportunity to thank a lot for the organization in all levels of George Karabatos and Marilena Cacciglieri of roots of olive trees in Kalamata, and their work that they have done in order this project and this workshop to become a reality. I don't want to take much more of your time. As University of Thessaly, you are always here to help and to disseminate the activities of the project and this specific workshop. All the best for these 2 days, the best discussions and the best results for the group.
Thank you, Stavroula. And thank you also to our distinct keynote speakers for keeping the time, observing the time limits. We began a bit late, but I think we are catching up on our time. So I would like now to open the floor for questions to our 2 keynote speakers by the audience. If somebody wants to have a question, please raise your hand so that the mic comes to you, so that the speakers can hear your questions. Monsieur Fournier.
Yes. Yes, thank you for the keynotes. Vili Fotopoulou, you spoke about the National Index of Intangible Cultural Heritage of Greece, and could you please tell us more about what is especially dedicated to the olive tree and the olive oil? Is it something to do with the know-how, the way of growing the olive trees, or is it more something to do with the customs? Could you please give us some precisions about this, please? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. As you might have understood, the approach is an anthropological approach. So the first thing is the meaning of every social practice. This is where we focus in every inventorying exercise. And the olive culture entry, the inscription on olive culture, the main thing was what people do and what is the meaning of their actions in cultivating the trees, in collecting the harvest, in making oil, in making edible olives, how they disseminate their product, and what is the significance of their products for the general public. And the general public is not one thing. There is a core public of the producers, of people that, like myself, who I'm not a producer, but I come from the city and I used to have some olives. Now I do not, because I cannot cultivate them. And I consider myself in this second circle of people that have some part of their identity, of their heritage, connected with everything around the olives. So the entry in the national inventory has to do with everything around the olive tree. Why it is cultivated as it is, how it is harvested, what are the products, everything. And all of these are not referred as technical guidance, but centered on the meaning of for the people that perform it or the people who consume it, every product of that. It has to be noted that this is not the sole entry in the national inventory that deals with olive and olive oil products. The first element that Greece inscribed on the international list was Mediterranean diet, alongside with Portugal among the the partners in this project, Spain, Italy, Croatia, and Cyprus. And of course, you cannot conceive Mediterranean diets without referring to olive oil, to olives, and all the food that is connected with this. Also, there is another entry in the Greek inventory. It is the soap making workshop of Patounis in Kerkyra, Corfu. Patounis is the fifth generation soap maker who makes soap of with oil from the core of the pit of the olive, which is called Pirinello. I'm not quite sure how we translate it in English. And it is a very high quality soap. And this family has kept their workshop as, not mechanized the way they used to do it in the 19th century. This is an element directly connected to olive culture. And there are many other elements also that olive tree or olive oil is essential. All the elements that are connected to popular expressions of worship, also olive oil is central in that, because it is a sacred oil for the church and for every ritual of this kind. So in the national inventory, we try to connect not only the practices with the people, which is, elementary, but to show the way that every aspect of intangible cultural heritage is connected with another. And olive oil and olive tree and olives, edible olives, is a thing that is connected to many aspects of intangible cultural heritage in Greece. I don't know if you want some more clarification, ask me, but thank you.
Another question by the audience? Indeed, it is very exciting that olive oil lies at the heart of many social practices everywhere in the Mediterranean, also since the ancient times. For example, I remember in Palestra, during fighting, that the athletes used to rub their bodies with olive oil. It was a part of healing, but also of protection. And this practice has also passed on to the Christian rituals and traditions, the baptism and Evangelio. I would like to ask Julie, if there is no other question, about her experiences in France. We know also that olive oil is very important in French culture, but how did the idea Olive4All begin? How did it come to your mind? Why olive oil, and why in this sense?
It's a good question to ask, of course. Thank you. We made this project with Edouard de Lobry, who works actually in the museum. Yeah, is in charge of the agricultural collections and in France, and is also the president of the Roots of the Olive Tree. And we had made a pedagogical project before this scientific project. And when he became the president of the Roots of the Olive Tree, he told me, "Julie, do you want to have a trainee with me to make a little inventory of the points of interest linked to the olive tree in France?" That the project began with this little idea, and then we saw the project call of the Europe team GPI, and they were asking for projects to change society, to change contemporary societies, and I saw it like an evidence. Like an evidence, the olive tree and this team could allow us to link the sustainable development topics that are issues that are very important for us, and what was important for us, for Edouard and me, when we wrote this project, to better know how people are linked with the heritage, because fundamentally the heritage is a social process, and that was our aim. To link the two topics, and that's how we began to start the project.
Thank you. Quite interesting, Julie. Thank you. Is there another question? Please, Mr. Diaz. Diaz. Francisco Diaz is the leader of the Portuguese team for all.
Thank you for your nice presentations, Mrs. Vili Fatopoulou and Julie Deramont. My question is also to Julie Deramont. Marie Curie asked about how idea comes to her and how she developed the project. Now I want to ask about the final moment. What do you expect in 2-3 years? What kind of change you expect realistically in France, in Portugal, and in Greece, and maybe in other countries? Really, okay?
Thank you, Francisco. It's a very good question. Challenging, yeah, very hard to answer. I don't know very well. What I think is important is to share the good practices. I think all people in our 3 countries have different ways of dealing with olive tree, and to valorize it. Maybe in France, the tourism is more developed. In Greece, I think there is an important question about the sustainability, because Greeks are, I think, when we conducted interviews and when we encountered people here, they are very yes, linked with this question, very interested by sustainable development, maybe more than in France. So I think we can share these practices, and I hope in 2 years we will be able to speak and to share to speak with the actors and to share the practices. For me, it's one of the important things to do. For the researcher I am, I think we'll better know the different links between the heritage in these 3 areas. And I think it's also important to make other projects possible, maybe.
Okay, thank you, Julie. I'm wondering, and I'm coming back to what Mrs. Fotopoulou said before, that there are so many different aspects and so many different local rituals linked to the olive heritage. I'm sure also in Portugal and in France. And I would like to ask Ms. Fotopoulou, if in your experience as a director of modern heritage at the Ministry of Culture, do you see any conflicts across Greece originating by the different uses of the olive heritage? Or do you believe it's possible to not to homogenize, but to jot down and point down all the different cultural expressions linked with the olive tree heritage? Would it be possible, or would it be required?
Starting with the last question, it is not possible and it is not required. We are not, when we are engaged in inscribing elements on the national inventory and making safeguarding plans, etc., we do not do a detailed exercise of this specific expression in this village in Messenia and the other village in Laconia and the next village in Corinthia or whatever, even in a small region like Peloponnese. What we take under consideration is the unifying element, the perception that people have about their heritage. The perception that people have about their heritage. And that's why I think your project is very interesting, because it questions the heritization process. It is very absolutely important to see and have a better feeling about the why and how the people make those links. On the administrative side, as it is the ICH inventory, this detail is not necessary. We want to know, we want to be aware of it, because it may help us in several other things that can be done about this heritage, or propose several other things to the heritage bearers. But it is not the thing that we do. It is the thing that we do is empowering the people to celebrate, to embrace and celebrate their heritage and transmit it to the next generation if they want to and the way they want to. This is what we want to do. So detail and variations and everything are important, so long as they people deem them important. Maybe I do not know how much would you like to know about it.
It's very clear. Thank you. And let's hope that Olive4All will also help in this aspect to demonstrate the perceptions of people on the olive heritage. We have a little bit time for one, maximum 2 questions more from the audience before we go for a needed coffee break. Marinella, please. From the roots of the olive tree.
Γεια σας σε όλους. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω ιδιαιτέρως την κυρία Φωτοπούλου για την παρουσία της σήμερα εδώ. Κάνει ένα σπουδαίο έργο, το έχω ζήσει από κοντά με τη δημιουργία του δελτίου για τον πολιτισμό της Ελλάς. Δεν είναι ερώτηση αυτό που θέλω να κάνω, απλά συμπληρωματικά με αυτά που υπόθηκαν πριν, θα ήθελα να πω ότι σχετικά με την ομογενοποίηση, θεωρώ ότι υπάρχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον στη διαφορετικότητα, δηλαδή να καταγραφούν σε κάθε χώρα, σε κάθε περιοχή οι διαφορές, γιατί αυτές οι διαφορές όσον αφορά, μιλάω πάντα σχετικά με τον πολιτισμό της Ελλάς, συμπληρώνονται. Θα σας δώσω δύο πολύ σύντομα παραδείγματα, σαν δρόμοι Ελλάς, και τη δουλειά που κάνουμε στον πολιτιστικό οργανισμό Δρόμοι της Ελλάς, προσπαθούμε να συμπληρώσουμε το παζλ της κάθε περιοχής, αυτό που έχει να πει, αυτό που έχει να μεταδώσει για τον πολιτισμό της Ελλάς. Παραδείγματος χάρη, στην Ελλάδα βρίσκουμε σπανίως παραδοσιακά ελαιοτριβία. Στην Ισπανία τα βρίσκουμε σε μουσιακή κατάσταση, δεν λειτουργούν. Στο Μαρόκο υπάρχουν ακόμα ζωοκίνητα ελαιοτριβία. Δηλαδή, κάποιος ακολουθώντας ένα δρόμο της Ελλάς μπορεί να δει όλη την εξέλιξη του πώς εξελίχθηκε η παραγωγή του ελαιολάδου. Το ίδιο συμβαίνει και για το σαπούνι. Είναι καταπληκτική η δουλειά που έγινε από το Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού, από την ομάδα της κυρίας Φωτοπούλου, που καταγράφηκε το σαπουνοπείο Πατούνι. Είναι κάτι εξαιρετικό, μοναδικό σε μεσογειακό επίπεδο, και όμως είναι αυτό στο Λίβανο. Υπάρχουν ακόμα οι πλανόδιοι σαπουνοποιοί. Δηλαδή, πάντα υπάρχει κάτι που να συμπληρώνει το άλλο. Δηλαδή, ο πλούτος, κατά τη γνώμη μου, σαν Δρόμοι Ελλάς μιλάω πάντα, είναι το πώς συμπληρώνεται το κάθε κομματάκι γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο όσον αφορά τον πολιτισμό της Ελλάς. Αυτά ήθελα να πω και πάλι πολλά ευχαριστώ σε όλους. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Μαρινέλα, και για όλη την υποστήριξη στη διοργάνωση αυτού του εκπληκτικού συμποσίου στους δρόμους της Ελιάς. Thank you very much. I would propose that we continue our discussion taking a much-needed coffee break, but because we are running a bit late on our schedule, let's keep it strictly 30 minutes so that we can also have some time for other amenities use. And in half an hour, let's get together back for our first session. Thank you very much. Ines, Joao, and other speakers, Yannick, please come to load our presentations for the next session before you go for coffee. Should we slowly take our seats to start, not to lose time? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and let's start. The time is here, right? Should I begin? We have 30 minutes are over. Yes, cool. I have a bad surprise for you. I will be chairing this meeting as well. Sorry about that. But Miss Iulia Pentasu had an urgent university appointment right now. They have a committee and she had to be there. So you will, I will ask you to bear with me. I will be the chair for this session as well. Julie, we will start, yes? Julie, we start. Yeah, good. So now we go into session 1, the intangible heritage of the olive tree, memory, traditions, and rituals. It's a quite exciting panel that we have here, and it's going to be a mix of live and presentations. You will forgive my Portuguese. It's non-existent, so sorry if I mispronounce your names. I will try to do my best. So the first presentation is by the Leiria Polytechnic in Portugal, by Francisco Diaz, Fernanda Oliveira, Ines, just a moment, Soares, sorry, and João Vasconcelos. Okay, the topic is on the protection regimes of olive trees and olive groves in Mediterranean countries, a quite interesting topic, which will be presented by Mr. José Ferreira of the Polytechnic area. Please come, and he will be quite mobile, as I know. Ιουλία, θα θέλαμε ένα μικρόφωνο κινητό. Το φέρνει τώρα ο κύριος. Thank you, ευχαριστούμε. Και το κλικ είχατε πει.
Can you hear? Yeah. So, Calimero, good morning. My name is José. I'm from the Portugal team. And let me tell you that it's a pleasure to be here. This is a really nice country. This is a really nice project. So thank you. So I'm here to talk about the protection regimes of olive trees and olive groves in the Mediterranean countries. And first of all, I want you to look at this picture. So this is a picture of a traditional olive grove. This is a landscape that you can find in some areas in Portugal. And what is happening more specifically in Portugal is some of these areas are starting to turn like this. So this is an intensive olive grove. What is important to see here is that this represents the modernization and profitability. So in the same area, you can produce much more with the same or with much less. So what happens is that traditional olive groves and the traditional olive trees, they are no longer competitive. So if they are no longer competitive, this is basically because of the intensive production techniques, the evolution of these techniques. And what happens is that the farmers and the people who are producing this kind of culture, so they are starting to lose their interest in these kinds of traditional production. And then they are starting to abandoning these olive trees, they are starting to uprooting them, and they are starting to replace it for intensive production or even for other kind of cultures. But what I want you to understand here is that I'm only speaking about production. So olive trees, they are not only production. They also represent identity. In Portugal, many villages and many areas, the traditional olive grove and traditional olive tree represents the identity of the region. It's important for the biodiversity of these regions, and it also represents an heritage. So it's not only production, and when we talk with farmers and when we talk with the people who has these kinds of lands, most of them, they only see production. And these olive trees, in fact, this is the oldest olive tree in Portugal. These kinds of olive trees, they have much more value to the community and have some value for the heritage. So it's not only production that matters. It's not only the individual interests from the owners of these lands that matters. So it's expectable that the governments and the authorities take some measures and have some kind of laws to protect these kinds of olive trees who have these kinds of value to the community. And after all, it must be above the individual interests from the owners of these lands. So what we have done, and we are still doing, because this is a work in progress, it's not finished yet, we are trying to make an identification and a comparison of the legislations from 7 countries, from the 7 Mediterranean countries, which are Greece, Italy, Turkey, Portugal, Spain, France, and Tunisia, related to the safeguards of olive trees. And what we have found is that all those 7 countries, they all required an authorization or a license in order to have an authorization to cut the trees or to uprooting them or to replace it. So all those 7 countries required this in their legislation, but we only found until now that 4 of these countries have the specific criteria to get this authorization, which are Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Turkey. And I'm going to speak a little bit about these criteria right now. So talking about Spain and Turkey, we found one criteria for each one of these countries. And I want you to look at Spain, which has a interesting criteria, which is the status of monumental olive tree. So this is a special status that Spain gives to the olive trees who have more than 350 years old. After all, it's protection that they give, even though these olive trees remain in the private lands, they protect them, and the owners are not allowed to cut them if they have this status. In Turkey, on the other hand, if you want to get your authorization to cut trees or to uprooting them or to replace it, you can only do it in areas of urban expansion and development whose area does not exceed 10% of the olive grove area. So these are the two criteria we have found in these two countries. If we look at Italy, it's a little bit different. They have some more other criteria. The first one is that you can only cut trees, or you can only replace it 5 trees in 2 years for each exploration you have. But you can cut more trees, or you can replace more trees in case of you show that your trees have some kind of disease, they are not producing anymore. In case there is an excessive tree density, and this is bad for the olive grove, and in cases of land and building improvement works in the field. But besides this, Italy has also an interesting criteria, which is the local governments or the local the entities that give you the authorization. They may force you to plant the same number of valid olive trees. So this is also an interesting criteria. This is not always. This doesn't happens every times, but the entities may force you to plant the same number of trees that you have retrieved from the lands. And finally, in Portugal, we found many other criteria. I'm not going to speak about each one. The important thing here I want you to understand is that in Portugal, even though you have so many criteria, the problem is that, okay, so you want to cut a tree, you can insert your excuses in one of these criteria. It's very easy to get your authorization, because any excuses and you can get your authorization. It's almost like that. The only, let's say, the only criteria that really protect the olive tree and the traditional olive groves is similar to the Spain, which is the status of tree of public interest. So this is another type of legislation. This is not directly to the olive trees. This is directly to the general of the trees in Portugal. But what happens is that some trees, specifically the olive trees who has more than 1,000 years, are protected and are considered like a tree of public interest. So the owners of the lands, they are not allowed to cut them because they have this status. These are the laws where we saw these cases, and what I want you to see is the date of the publication of these laws. So Spain is the most actualized law, 2020. But if you look at the other laws, specifically to the Turkey one, you can see that it has more than 80 years old. And the rest of them, they are not so actualized like we would like them to be. So this shows that most of them, they are not representing what we are living today, and maybe they should be actualized. And finally, the penalties. And if we look at Portugal and France, for example, we can see the problem I was talking about of the need of actualization. Because in the law of Portugal and in the law of France, we still have the values before the euro. They still have the values of the penalties with the coin before euro. And this shows that, well, the law is really need to be actualized, because no one will pay with this coin. And besides that, it also shows that these laws are not being applicated, because they won't applicate the law with these values. Besides Portugal and France, I want you to look at Spain and Tunisia. Spain is the most expensive penalty. It can reach until 48,000 euros. if you don't follow the law. And Tunisia, you may pay only 31 euros. So there is a big difference from country to country about these penalties. And besides this, I wanted to look at Greece, which is the only country that we have found that talks about you can go arrested. You can be arrested and go to jail until for 3 months. And this is the only country that that says this in the legislation that we have found. Besides the legislation, we still had the chance to look at some statements of local people who work directly with the production of olive oil and olives, and also about some consumers. And this is important in order to understand what the population also wants, because what population wants is what the laws will also try to follow. At least I think it's something like that. And what we have seen is that most of this was interviews made in Portugal, but most of people in Portugal, or I can say even all people we have interviewed, none of them knew about these laws, and none of them knew that they needed an authorization to cut trees or to replace it, or to remove these olive trees, these traditional olive trees. But besides that, most of them, they realized that of the value and the importance of these olive trees, and they realized that the government and the public authorities should take some measures and should have some laws to protect these olive trees and to safeguard this heritage. So it's interesting to understand that the population also is concerned about this issue. And besides that, we still made a research about some news and some protests that happened in some countries in the Mediterranean, of groups of people who protest against the cut of these traditional olive trees and this issue. And we found not only in Portugal, but also in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, in Turkey. So we found many news about the population who are trying to protect these olive trees and who are trying to safeguard this heritage, which also shows more concern about this issue by the population and people who try to protect these olive trees. So what we conclude, so this is not finished yet, but what we can take from here and what the ideas we can share is that most of the laws, or a big part of them, they need to make a better definition of the criteria they have, and they share to get the authorization to cut these trees, because these definitions, they are not so easily to understand by the most people, and they are not so clear to all of them. So definition of the criteria, laws need to be updating, of course, especially in Portugal, in France, and in Turkey. So the laws are not for the day, are not for today, are for 19th century. They are not resolution the problems of today. They need to be actualized. We also understand that the population is concerned. So even though the laws are not so clear, the population shows that they care and they want to know about this issue, and they are concerned about the cut of these olive trees and the destruction of this heritage. And finally, of course, that if you do not communicate these laws to the population, well, probably they will continue to do the same thing they are doing. And they will cut a tree without knowing that they need an authorization, or they need some license, or they need something. And if we do not communicate, even though you applied a penalty, you already cut a tree. So it's not a penalty that will come back to the tree. So these laws need to be communicated to the population so that they know what is happening and what they need to do if they want to cut these trees or to replace it or whatever. So the reference, and thank you.
Thank you, José, very much for this interesting presentation, which shows that despite the accepted, worldwide accepted importance of the olive tree and groves, in many cases still protection regimes are still not widely in place or totally outdated. But also what you presented shows the heritagization of olives and how slowly, certainly but surely, the regimes about protecting the olive trees and groves are coming and getting more modernized and updated. Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Please join me here. Yes, thank you. And we will take questions at the end of the session like we did before. So now let's move on to our second speaker, Stéphane Anglais, who is Dean and Professor of Geography at the Université de Lorraine. And he will be presenting on the mobilization of the olive growing varietal heritage in France, olive growers, through e-conferencing.
Hello. I don't know if you listen to me.
Let's wait for the connection.
Okay. Okay. Maybe you hear me? No. Not yet? Okay. Okay. Can I share my screen, you know, for my presentation, or? Okay. Is it good for you, or?
We can see it. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thanks for the invitation to this colloquium, and I'm very glad to participate to this colloquium. I'm going to talk to you to the mobilization of the olive varieties heritage in France, because the olive tree is one of the plant species that experienced a very early domestication, and thus olive tree occupy a large place to the agrarian inputs from Middle East, like other plants such as wheat or wine.
Mr. Anglais, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you should go to the first PowerPoint slide, because I believe we are seeing the last one of your presentation. So if you would be so kind to go to the first slide.
Okay. And now?
No, we can't see it now. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry about the interruption. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, despite the emblematic character of the olive tree, the diversity of olive varieties is often forgotten and ignored. However, for many years, particular attention increased to the diversity of cultivars, and the World Conference of Biodiversity held in Nagoya in 2010 has clearly shown the importance of agro-biodiversity. Among the decisions taken at this conference, the objective Aichi 13 emphasizes the need to safeguard the genetic diversity and cultivated plants, and to promote strategies to avoid current genetic erosion. So, the countless varieties of olive trees, a true heritage still unknown. The domestication of the cultivated olive tree comes from the domestication of the wild olive of Oleaster, Olea europea. This process has mainly carried out by a selection of population of wild olive tree, by proto-agricultural population, by morphological change caused by the first olive growing practice, size grafting, and crossing through this mode of reproduction was very marginal. But the initial domestication of the tree are very old and has been the subject of many hypotheses. Some are mythical, like the gift of the olive tree by a divinity, Aphrodite, for example, for Athens city, and other as a scientific basis. A long duration hypothesis was dominant and continued to be conveyed. In this hypothesis, the Middle East is the original center of the domestication of the olive tree at the 4th millennium before the Common Era. And then a slow diffusion of this primitive olive cultivation towards the Asian world, then Egypt, then Southern Italy and North Africa, and then the entire Mediterranean area. You can see in this map the historical diffusion. The dissemination would have been undertaken by well-known migrant societies, Phoenician and Cretan in the first steps, then the Greeks and the Carthaginians, and finally the Romans. Thus, the multiplication of the olive varieties will be the result of these successive stages. However, this thesis is largely challenged by recent studies of the genetic origin of olive varieties. It appears that there was a main center of domestication in the Middle East, coming from local Oleaster population, but many olive varieties listed in the west part of the Mediterranean area come partly, even exclusively from Oleaster population in the Middle East. Furthermore, archaeological finds attest local domestication of the olive tree in this part of Mediterranean area, like North Africa, Iberian Peninsula, South Gaul, and Northern Italy. The cultivated olive tree would therefore not have been spread only by prestigious migratory civilization as Phoenician, as Greeks, but have already been adopted by lesser known local civilization as Ligurian, Iberians, or ancient Berbers. So the varietal heritage reflects the cultural richness of numerous civilizations succeeding within the Mediterranean area. Yet this multiplication of a very ancient origin of olive growing coupled to the predominant place quickly taken by the products derived from the olive tree easily explains the large diversity of varieties in order to adapt to the population needs and the local agronomic condition. The varieties of olive trees are very numerous. It's very difficult to determine the exact number of olive varieties because many of them have different names and still correspond to the same cultivar. Similarly, the same name, often related to the shape of the leaves or the shape of the olive, the fruits, may correspond to different cultivars. For example, in France, the Aglando varieties, so common in Provence, is also called by 5 other names. And for other example, the Verdal in France too, it corresponds to 5 different varieties. So it's very difficult to know exactly how many olive tree varieties it exists. More than 500 olive varieties are listed more or less in the world, and this figure hardly corresponds to the reality because many microlocal varieties have not yet been catalogued, and many cultivars identified in several countries prove to be the same variety. Within the European Union, 1,027 varietal domination for olive trees are recognized and included into the European Union plant variety database. And you can see in the figure on the left the number in each country. However, in this list, many varieties appear several times, making it difficult to analyze this compilation. However, Italy stands out with a recognition of more of 600 cultivars, which highlight the varietal richness in this country. In Spain, the varietal census conducted by the Cordoba Olive Research Center recognized 262 cultivars. In France, the same works of identification through genetics as undertaken by INRA and the French Association for the Olive Growing Sector, former AFIDOL, listed 211 cultivars, of which 119 are considered indigenous. You can see all the list in the figure on your right. You can see a large number in which one the native varieties are involved. The number of native olive varieties in French departments shown. Excuse me. The large number of olive varieties reflects the ancestral character of olive growing practice and the adaptation works carried out over millennia from the many Mediterranean agrarian societies. So this varietal diversity shows the extreme historical adaptation of olive growers in relation to local conditions. Varietal diversity thus constitutes a real historical and agrarian heritage. In other fields, the large number of olive cultivar also constitutes an extraordinary genetic capital obtained after centuries of patient selections. Oleoagrobiodiversity also corresponds to a very precious agronomic heritage in this time of insecurity about the future of agriculture. Finally, oleobiodiversity offers a very wide variety of products on the morphological, biochemical, or taste levels of both table olives and olive oil. It thus makes it possible to offer a wide range of products remarkable to their typicity. In this respect, oleobiodiversity is also a great food heritage. For example, in this slide, you can see a variety from Nice, the caillotier, and the caillotier is a very typical variety of olive tree in this area, and the geographic indication huile d'olive de Nice, olive oil of Nice, is based with this peculiar olive tree variety. What is the benefits of the olive tree varietal heritage? In this first, olive biodiversity offers a major interest for the cultivation of the olive tree and for the continuation of this activity. Olive varieties are rarely self-pollinating and require pollens from other cultivars. Thus, the multiplication of homogeneous olive groves with cultivars chosen for their productivity reduce the cross-pollination necessary to optimize fructification. In this respect, the presence of several old varieties, often unproductive but very effective for pollination, becomes a valuable asset. The Cayum cultivar, for example, a rare local variety from the department of the Var, is exemplary in this respect. Its occasional presence in numerous olive groves outside its original area illustrates the traditional wisdom of olive growers to optimize pollination. For example, in this slide, you can see for the department of Hérault, it exists 8 formed types of pollen for olive tree. And you can see that it exists in the department of Hérault only 2 types of pollen. And so it's very important to safeguard the ancient olive tree variety to have a more efficient pollination. Similarly, the many varieties of olive tree have different agronomic characteristics depending on their resistance to disease, parasites, climatic or soil condition. Identifying and preserving the genetic characteristics of all local cultivars becomes an essential task for the sustainability of olive growing. The increasing meteorological variability due to climate change or the appearance of new parasites, such as Lixella fastidiosa, shows the urgent needs to conserve this genetic heritage in greater danger due to the disinterest and gradual abandonment of local varieties. In the second place, the second great benefit to this variety heritage is the morphological and gustative diversity generated by the multiplicity of cultivars. All olive varieties produce olive of different size or different organoleptic composition. Table olive or olive oils will therefore be very different and offer a wide range of flavors. For table olive activity, the various cultivars give different olives. Some are transformed into green or black olives. Some have big or small size, and each one has its own flavors. For olive oil, it exists a wide range of tastes depending on the cultivars. The spiciness or sweetness, the bitterness, the creaminess, the multiple floral, vegetal, woody flavors are all elements of taste, changing deeply according to the types of olive tree. So local varieties can give a strong typicity for their certain olive production. In this case, for example, of the Tanche, will give the oils from Nyons in the department of the Drôme an original taste. It's similar to oils obtained from olives from Picholine or Cailloté, for example, in France. This taste heritage has long been ignored and even neglected because it was very difficult to make a specific prediction of each variety because the supplies to olive mills are often heterogeneous. Except the dominant varieties are in these different olive growing areas, the taste specificities of raw cultivar are poorly known. The olive oil cooperative of Clermont-Lérault, department of Hérault, was the first olive mill to offer a series of 8 single varietal oils. You can read the different monovarietal olive oil in this mill. In addition to the main varieties required to obtain the PDO, the protected denomination origin, Languedoc, this strategy also showcases very local cultivars that seems forgotten, like the Verdal de l'Hérault, the Clermontaise, or the Ménouvelle. However, the valorization of regional varieties and local cultivars is rare. Only the olive mill of the domain of Pontet-Franzelet, the second mill in the tableau on the left, also offer a great diversity of monovarietal oils, promoting 10 varieties. You can read these varieties. The monovarietal oils proposed are therefore quite rare and generally correspond to well-recognized varieties such as Aglando, Picholine, Bouteillant, or Luc for the French case. But the geographical indication can be the framework to preserve the varietal diversity. Since 1905, when the first controlled designation of origin, former former terms for now it's protected denomination of origin. Donc, the first PDO as recognized in France, geographic indication for olive products have increased in France with 8 PDO for olive oil, 6 PDO for table olives, and 1 PDO for olive paste. However, the growing consumption behind this geographical indication took care to base the typicity of their PDO production on the specificities of their local olive varieties. Thus, the PDO specification indicate mandatory proportion to their typical varieties for obtaining these labels. In imposing these minimal thresholds, minimal levels, geographical indication contribute to the preservation of local cultivars.
1 minute more, please.
Okay, and you can see for the French PDO, the different main olive varieties and secondary olive varieties recognized in this specification. Okay. And olive trees can be an element for territorial identity, despite the relatively small surface area. It's about 40,000 hectares in France only. Olive groves occupy a preeminent place to the landscape in southern France. The symbolic and historical importance attached to olive growing explain this preponderance, and many territories mobilize their olive growing heritage in their territorial marketing and their own local developments. Since 1995, the Association of Olive4All Estoublonaises in this slide in the department of Alpes de Haute-Provence shows the emblematic character of the olive tree for local development. This association, supported by the municipalities and local council, enhance the olive heritage with its landscapes and its variety, the S to base. You can see different actions carried out by this association. Another example is the rehabilitation of the olive tree in Pignan near Montpellier. And you can see in this slide also the different action of this association in order to recognize the local variety of the village. It's you can see a picture, the rosé, la rosée de Pignan. So, okay. For conclusion, the multitude of olive varieties constitute a real heritage that remains unknown and insufficiently developed. The varietal heritage is, however, essential because it's a living testimony of a long-term history between the olive tree and the Mediterranean agriculture societies. It also carries a rich and large taste, frequently recognized by geographical indication. After so many centuries of selection and adaptation, it would be regrettable if olive growing lost now such an heritage in a few decades. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for presenting the necessity, but also the framework for protecting oleodiversity, particularly regarding local varieties. And local varieties seem also to have an impact on the historical, cultural dynamics of territorial relocation, as our next speaker will present, by Francisco Diaz, João Vasconcelos, Fernanda Oliveira, and Ines Soares, who will be presenting our next topic on the toponymy of the olive growing heritage in Portugal, historical cultural dynamics of territorial relocation. I would kindly ask you to turn off your mobile phones or mute them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ines.
Please turn on your mic.
Now you hear? Okay, sorry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ines, and today I will talk about the toponymy of the olive heritage in Portugal. So, toponymy, the name of the place, whether spoken or written, toponymies are vectors of a rich cultural heritage. They are considered to be linguistic markers of time and place, and that's why it's a valuable tool to unveil linguistic, ideological, historical facts, beliefs, and feelings of a community. And for this reason, recovering toponymy is to rescue and recognize the cultural heritage of a society. The practical and oral transmission of knowledge is passed from generation to generation. So most of the existing toponymies have been preserved for centuries, although most of them lost their relation to the place. However, through these three pillars, linguistic conservatism, geographical observation, and historical exploration, it is possible to rescue the past, and as well, it's very important for the historical reconstruction of the landscape. Places are the result of human experiences, and their existence is influenced by the way people attribute value to them. So, places have a high symbolic and affective value, and which in turn contributes to the creation and preservation of a collective memory. So this collective memory is considered like a journey to the past. So, for example, revisited and materialized in the present. It is a process of symbolic representations which reinforces the collective sense of identity. So, throughout history, Mediterranean civilizations have left their mark, and Portugal was not an exception. Portugal has a long tradition of olive oil consumption, and for these reasons, toponymies associated with olive heritage are so frequent in Portugal. Like, for example, azeite, that means olive oil, azeitona, that means olive, and the other ones. Oh, sorry. So, based in the information that we have a lot of toponymies related to the olive heritage, and based in the information contained in these two national platforms, it was possible to identify 144 localities, 29 parishes, and 4 Portuguese municipalities with the toponymy of Oliveira, Olival, Oliveirinha, and Azeite. So we can see in this map, the little dark points, all the toponymies related to the olive heritage in Portugal. With this preliminary analysis, we discovered that the vast majority of toponymies associated to the olive heritage are not located in the current Portuguese olive oil production regions. As you can see in the first map, all the toponymies are distributed from north to south of Portugal, all over the coastal area where we can find the large part of Portuguese urbanization. And the second map, it is related to the 6 protected designation of origin of olive oil regions. And we can see that is in the other side of the country, closer to the Spanish border. So this big contrast presented here leads us to the hypothesis that throughout the history, there was a migration of olive production from the westernmost to the easternmost areas. So in order to validate our hypothesis, a qualitative survey was carried out among all the mayors of the parishes. And as well, we use literature review about olive oil Portuguese history. So there are several historical witnesses that prove that the presence of olive heritage from the north to the south of Portugal. One case is the Lisbon case. So Lisbon was once identified as the main producers of olive oil and the main exporter center between the 12th and the 15th century. But as we can see today, our capital doesn't have any of olive oil production or either olive trees. So what happened here? So we find out through literature review that Dom Manuel, our king, in the 15th century, ordered the olive trees to be uprooted because of the provincial air. So we must not forget that in the 15th century, Portugal was going through a time of conquest, of navigation and trade all over the world. So our king thought that having olive trees in the middle of the city didn't convey the best image of a glorious city. Then later, the rural exodus to Lisbon over the years has caused major changes in the city landscape, making it increasingly urban. Thus, today, the memory of this period of rurality and olive growing in Lisbon only remains in the name of the streets, like we can see in the first map, in the little red stars, and the name of a parish, like we can see in the other map, called Olivais. That means olive groves in English. Over several decades, we have witnessed several political, economic, and natural changes that have influenced the need for a reconfiguration of the olive sector. For example, natural causes like the changing weather conditions between the 19th and the 20th century affected the olive oil production geography. Other example is the outbreaks of pest and disease, like the case, for example, of Algarve. It was once identified as well as the main producer of olive oil, and due to the two big major pests, the olive sector was very affected. Then we have political and economic causes, like our Estado Novo regime encourage agriculture incentive policies that in some cases there was a preferences for wine production, and in some regions like Douro and Santarém, olive trees were removed and replaced to other regions. Then the last causes that we found out, it was the entry of Portugal in the European Union in the 80s that led us to the restructuring and growing up of the olive groves in some places, and the replacement as well for the development of other cultures like cereals and fruits. So we can conclude through literature review that the changes in the productive geography were related to the diffusion of new crops, population growth, market dynamics, policy decisions, or outbreak of pest and disease. The article is not finished yet. Now we are in the phase of collecting empirical data from our survey. We hope that the data we'll collect will help us to understand and show this dynamic evolution of the territory, and as well the importance of the olive heritage toponymy for the identity of a community. These are the references that we have used, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schwarz. Also, the team, the scientific team by Polytechnic Lirias. This is a very interesting research that you are doing, combining historical and cultural sources to reveal how the toponymy changes according to the transitions and changes also in the agricultural sector. Thank you so much. I'm sure the audience will have questions for you later. Please join me here. Thank you. And our next speakers are Mr. Yannick Asquet and Laure Marchimourin, who will be presenting 3 conferences from the University of Avignon. Yannick is Associate Professor in Geography, and Laure is a lecturer specializing in the study of cultural audiences. They will be presenting an ordinary social practice, which I'm sure is perhaps is common to around the Mediterranean, picking olives, going to the mill, and having an aperitif. Yannick, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Wait a minute, please. Can I have an assistance for the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria, and hello, everybody. Sorry for my English. As you can hear, I'm not an English man, but just a French man with a lot of difficulties in English, but I will do the best for today. My name is Yannick Asquet, and I'm a geographer at the University of Avignon. And my colleague in video conference is Laure Marchis-Mouren. She is a lecturer in information and communication sciences. And Laure Marchis-Mouren will present the scheme of this presentation.
Thank you, Yannick. Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me well first? Is it okay for you?
Yes.
Thank you. So, as you just heard, Yannick and I come from different disciplines, but we share a common object of study, heritage. Today, we present a paper entitled An Ordinary Social Practice, Harvesting Olives, Going to the Mill, and Having an Aperitif. This presentation is articulated in 3 parts. The introduction proposes some theoretical guidelines and explains our proposal. Part 1 is the reflective presentation of our survey approach. The methodology and the fieldwork are presented. Then the modalities of the field survey have led us to revise to a certain extent our initial intentions as described in the summary of this paper. Part 2 will present the results of our exploratory survey. So, to begin, our current research is based on a proposal which we submit here for discussion. To identify ordinary forms of heritage commitment, these ordinary forms of patrimonial commitment still need to be grasped, qualified, and understood with more precisely. At this stage, we propose the following 3 elements of definition. So you can see on the PowerPoint, first element, the ordinary forms of patrimonial commitment.
Sorry, we can't see your PowerPoint. Perhaps you share your screen.
Okay, there is a little mistake.
Yannick, do you mind if we see the PowerPoint but not Laurent's face, because it's not possible to show both Laurent and the presentation? Is this okay, Laurent, with you?
Yes, of course, yes. It's better if you see the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. So first element, the ordinary forms of patrimonial commitment are masked by habits, evidence, and daily life. Second element, the ordinary forms of heritage commitment are not necessarily conscious. In fact, our interviews, because they constitute moments of trial, that the actors to verbalize their commitment to the olive tree and to demonstrate reflexivity. And third element, the ordinary forms of heritage commitment are to be detected as close as possible to the subjectivity of practices and the individual relationships of each person in his and her daily life with the olive tree.
These 3 theoretical reflections are conducted within a French bibliographical framework, which we retain, in particular, Georges Perec. Georges Perec invites us to question the usual and to question the little spoons. In other words, the little facts and the little objects that come up every day and that we no longer manage to see, like little spoons. We also remember Éric Chauvier and his project of an anthropology of the ordinary. Éric Chauvier proposed to explore the most banal aspects of everyday life. Finally, we can also mention Michel de Certeau in the practice of everyday life. Michel de Certeau is interested in the cultural creativity of ordinary people. The three elements of definition of ordinary forms of heritage engagement based on the three authors mentioned can now be illustrated by three photographs from the field.
So now you can see the photo on screen. The first photograph was taken in the interior of an apartment. Its tenant lives in an old mill converted into housing. He picked up this olive wood in the corner and transformed it into a decorative element, a candlestick to be precise. He likes to tell the visitors he receives at home, friends, families, about the history of this place and where he is living every day. And the second photograph was taken at the home of a couple living on a plot of land surrounded by olive trees. Magali is used to making her own message oil from local olive and arnica flowers that she collects in the mountains. This knowledge was transmitted to her by a friend. In turn, Magali passes on his know-how to her daughter, as well as another one related to olive wood crafts. And third photograph was taken at the entrance of a vast property, including a mill, still in activity, and whose modernization has led to the disposal of cut stones. The occupant of the place, a man who has been miller, has chosen to make decorative rockeries out of several stones in the garden, as well as the supports of mailboxes. These material elements from the old mill, the stones, are highly visible from the road. So it seems to us that these three examples of practices are what we call ordinary forms of heritage engagement.
Initially, we planned to work on the modalities and manifestation of the attachment to the olive tree heritage during the olive harvest. Particular attention was to be paid to transmission and the social practices that result from it. The notion of the ordinary was already central. Indeed, the hypothesis was that ordinary actors participate in the heritage of the olive tree by transmitting their knowledges and know-how by habit and routine in a way. We postulated and still postulate to a certain extent that the transmission takes place within the framework of trivial, ordinary moments repeated each year, collating, grading, tasting together. After having confronted the field, we finally proposed, as you will have understood, a reflection on the ordinary forms of heritage commitment and no longer on the forms of attachment. Also, they are not exclusive. This is more in line with the results we have obtained. The aim of our initial survey has to meet private individuals, amateurs who own olive trees. This is what we did, but not only. We interviewed a more diverse panel of actors than we had imagined.
So one aspect of our approach is based on ethnographic approach to the Grasse area. Grasse is in the south of France, which led us, depending to the circumstances in the field and the result characteristic of the approach, to make meetings with actors not previously identified. Interviews were conducted with a variety of actors, a resident and a shopkeeper of an olive whose historical functions has disappeared, an actor in social professional integration through olive oil work, and a miller transforming his mill into a museum, etc. Although the approach is partly surprised by ethnographic practice, we nevertheless maintain the operative scope of the category of the ordinary to understand a certain number of observed practices.
Most of the material collected during the ethnographic fieldwork in Grasse was collected along a river that historically fed the whole mills. Along this watercourse, which is for the most part canalized and invisible, interviews were conducted and observations were made. The approach consisted of walking up the river, symbolized here by the blue line. Along this watercourse, the objective was to collect the memories and practices, both material and immaterial, which relate to the olive growing activity. Thus, an association for socio-professional integration through olive growing work was met. We also interviewed a miller who has stopped his activity and transforming his mill into a museum, an elderly couple who are custodians of a rich local memory, a tenant and a shopkeeper of an old mill, and so on.
A second part of our approach consists in the analysis of interviews conducted within the framework of the Olive4All project by the students of the Master in Culture and Communication Avignon Université and their teaching staff. We have thus analyzed these 6 transcribed interviews carried out with the same interviews grid common to all the participants of the project, and which we also use for our ethnographic fieldwork. So we proceeded to thematic analysis of these interviews based on the previously identified notion. So there is 3 notions: transmission, conviviality, and olive growing. In summary, there is a new field, new for the investigation, the Grasse field, justified by the participation in this seminar, and a field material, so a corpus, already there, which has been revisited in the light of this communication. Our approach is thus interdisciplinary and is characterized by materials with different statuses. In order to regain coherence and stability for the analysis, we needed to find a way out. And this way out was modelized by the figure of the mill. Indeed, the actors we met and the ordinary social practices we observed converged toward it. Faced with different practices and actors of great diversity, the mill is, in a way, the rule of the unity of place of the classical theater. It offers an inescapable point of crystallization of the intrigue manifested on the ground. Beyond the convenience for the analysis that it allows, the mill is, in fact, the commonplace of all the effective practices that we identify. Within this place converge actors that we call ordinary. They intervene at infra-ordinary levels of the patrimony of the heritage commitment, little or more visible, at the margins thus of the statutory, professional and thematic legitimacies. They are small, individual, with small plots of land, or even with a few olive trees. They live in the daily life of the olive tree. In this case, a mill, they transform a mill into a museum without any institutional support, and so on. The meal is, as we can see, a subject addressed spontaneously, often or not, by all the people we met in the field or in the corpus of interviews. We propose here to concentrate on the remarks relating to the meal. At this stage, we identify different functions of the meal for our respondents. So you can see on the screen our results about the meal. For each these functions, we propose to present and telling an example. So firstly, the meal is a place of ability. That is, it's because it's a place of heritage, inhabited, invested on a daily basis. In this case, the actors make within the space of the meal. For example, Serge is in this configuration. He is living in a meal. He trades on the first floor and in an old meal, and he listening music. He appreciates the acoustic of the old meal. He explains, it is quite common to see people coming in with a backpack. They come to visit the meal. I have a commitment. Like all the previous occupants, I have a commitment to show people around the meal. Second, the meal is also a place of the past. There is also melancholic feelings at the meal. Modern processes replace what the actor imagined to be traditional processes. Thus, a couple we met explains, before it was a real meal and a line of millers, now it's modern. It doesn't have the same charm. Then, in our survey, the meal is a place of conviviality. Let's think of this couple who appreciate every year to find the miller and the olive tree pickers at the meal. All together, a moment of sharing is played. They told us, at the meal, it's nice. We taste the olive oil with the bread, we have a drink, and we share a piece of sausage. The meal is also a place of proximity. This is the final result. It's like a nearby place. So we can take Sylvie example, who harvests about 15 kilos of olive per year. She brings them to the mill of her city, Barbentane, in the south of France. And she said, because it is close to my home, the one I know are further away, so it's more convenient to come to the meal. And no, it's not the final result. The final result is the profitability, sorry. And another example about that. So Bernard, he is Anaël's father. We met both in an interview. And Bernard inherited a few hectares of olive trees, but this was financially complicated. Anaël, his daughter, explained to us, we brought them, the olives, to the mill, and then he realized that with the subcontracting, it was a bit complicated. So he invested in a mill, and so now it's a complement to his retirement. So we have more examples like this, but to conclude, our work will have allowed us to identify some functions associated with the meal. Of course, these functions still need to be more confined by the survey, which is still ongoing. Our work will also have sought to shed light on what we call the ordinary forms of patrimonial commitment. Ordinary, etymologically, means putting in order. As trivial, banal, and ordinary and the way we make scenes, the practices observed participate at their ordinary level, the setting in the order to the olive growing heritage.
At the end of this work, we observed that the ordinary forms of heritage commitments are part of the register of both tangible and intangible heritage. To cite a few more examples, let us mention Magali, who makes her own massage bowl from olive oil and arnica flower. This is part of an intangible heritage, yes, a minor, localized one, but. Let's think of Jacques and Odile, who patiently, for 30 years, year after year, have been putting back together in the privacy of their garden, stone after stone. All these invisible practices are nevertheless part of a certain idea of commitment. However, survey explore quiet commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yannick Pascoe, and Laure Marchamourin, for this interesting presentation and your ongoing research on how people are committed to heritage and what they see, their subjective perceptions regarding what heritage, olive heritage is. Please come join me here for the discussion. A quite interesting session, I would say, with interesting research and a varied theme on the protection of the olive groves and olive trees, on toponymy, on the olive varieties, and also on people's subjective perceptions of olive heritage. May I now open the floor for questions to the speakers? They are giving you the mic in a second. Laure, you are still with us, right?
Yes, I'm still.
Great, great, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I had a question on the third paper, in fact, on the concerning toponymy. I feel that this is an interesting direction for research. However, I suspect two methodological biases, and I wanted to know how you can deal with that. The first one is that a lot of places are called olive grove, olive something. Like in France, we have le lotissement des oliviers, the olive street in new sectors, in new built sectors. So this is the historical bias. How do you deal with that? I mean, how do you manage to find to connect the mapping of the toponymy with the different phases of the naming of the places? That is the historical way the different places have been named. That's the first bias. And the second bias is the connection between toponymy and patronymy, because olive, olivier, oliveira, oliveiro is a patronym. And in some cases, the place is named Olivier or olive something, but it might come not from the olive tree, but it would have been transferred by the name of the people owning the place or something. So how do you manage to make a difference between places which are called olive something? I mean, when it is olive, the radical, not if it's zitoun or aceite, there is not the same problem. But in the case of olive, the Christian name, how do you make the difference between patronym-based places or places named on the tree and on the culture?
So that's a good question. So in our quality survey, we ask to the mayors, for example, if they need to identify first his toponymy, and then, for example, they need to say if they know the origin of his toponymy. And if they are from a family name, we don't, I forget the name, but we don't care about, okay? So, and then we ask if they have production in the past and if they have now. So to do the comparison about these two different times. Can you please, sorry, ask again the first question? The historical. Yeah, so it's the same. We ask them if they know the origin, and they tell us the historical issues about the toponymy. And as well, we have the literature review. It's okay. Thank you.
Another question there, please. Please state your name and.
Can you hear me well? Okay, thanks. So I'm Marion Bertin. I'm from the French team in Avignon University. I have two questions, one for José and one for Laure and Yannick. My first question concerns all the laws that you presented. In France, we have different codes to divide the different legal spheres. For instance, heritage, environment, trade and business, etc., etc. So I would like to know if there are such codes in the other countries you studied, and if so, in which areas of the legal sphere are all the laws you presented about the old olive trees? Are they concerned by trade, by natural nature and environment, or such other things? And my second, do you want to answer first and I ask my second question after?
Maybe it's better, yeah. So for the, I didn't understood very well. So you are telling me that in France you have different sections for each part. So heritage, yeah. So in the France we searched for the laws. We made our research was about the agriculture part of the trees, not in the other areas. So basically what we have found was from that situation. So.
What about the other countries? Were the law concerned to agricultures also, or to other aspects of the olive tree heritage?
Yeah, in the other countries, we also found some sections about the heritage, like in Spain, and the status of where they give the special status for monumental olive tree. Portugal, the same, is from it was not directly to the agriculture. Let's say it was more directly to the age of the trees and the difference of the trees, and even in Italy, we also found not only agriculture parts, but also some parts related also to the culture, not agriculture, but to the heritage, like you were saying. So it was mostly based on most of the laws we searched was mostly about agriculture, but we also found some about heritage and that part.
Okay, thank you so much. My second question concerns Yannick and Laure's communication. During the first survey you made, did you see some few things and engagements that break or blur the boundary between ordinary practices and extraordinary practices, or do you see very a big difference between those?
You mean, Marion, when we made our survey in Grasse? Yes.
In Grasse or in the survey you made about the interviews.
So we had the idea of the ordinary before going on in Grasse and before making the survey, but the survey has confirmed our hypothetics about ordinary forms finally, but we hadn't ideas. We hadn't. We don't found finally not ordinary forms. I think, Yannick, I know if you agree with me, but when we have made the survey, we didn't think that we found as more as ordinary forms. So yes. We can, to answer the question, we can say that it was an hypothetical thing before the survey, and after the survey, it confirmed that there is a lot of ordinary forms of engagement. And we just present a few of these results in this presentation because we have a lot of results about that.
Another question? Marinella?
Είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον αυτό το θέμα. Θα ήθελα να πω όμως ότι αν πάρουμε το παράδειγμα της Ελλάδας, είναι μέσα στο DNA μας, στον κόσμο, να προστατεύουμε το δέντρο της ελιάς. Δηλαδή, ανεξάρτητα από τους νόμους, θεωρώ ότι είναι ελάχιστοι Έλληνες που θα έκοβαν μια ελιά έτσι για το τίποτα, όπως κόβουμε ένα οποιοδήποτε άλλο δέντρο. Επίσης, υπάρχουν και πάρα πολλοί αξιόλογες πρωτοβουλίες ιδιωτών που σώζουν τα δέντρα, ανεξάρτητα πάλι από τους νόμους. Έχουμε το παράδειγμα εδώ στη Μεσσηνία του Κώστα Ναβαρίνο, που δημιούργησε μια εγκατάσταση, τεράστια εγκατάσταση τουριστική και πάρα πολύ σημαντική, που εκεί που υπήρχε ένας ελαιώνας, αλλά έπρεπε, το αρχιτεκτονικό σχέδιο επέβαλε να κοπούν κάποιες ελιές, αυτές οι ελιές μεταφυτεύτηκαν αλλού. Δηλαδή ο ελαιώνας αυτός έμεινε όπως ήταν αυτούσιος και μεταφυτεύτηκε πιο πέρα. Επίσης υπάρχει ένα πάρα πολύ ωραίο, που μου διαφεύγει το όνομα, μια ταινία κινηματογραφική, ισπανική νομίζω, που δείχνει πόσο τη σημασία του δέντρου της ελιάς για τον απλό κόσμο. Άρα πέρα από τους νόμους πρέπει να δούμε και αυτή την πτυχή, να δούμε το δέσιμο που έχει ο κόσμος, όλος ο κόσμος της ελιάς με αυτό το δέντρο. Δηλαδή και αυτό είναι ένας άγραφος νόμος προστασίας αυτού του δέντρου. Αυτό ήθελα να πω σαν συμπλήρωση αυτών όλων που ακούστηκαν.
Thank you, Marinella. So in this sense, actually, the presentations that we heard today are linked to each other, because on the one hand, we have the law and the regimes that protect to a different degree the olive trees. But on the other hand, we have exactly this close link that you refer to, this non-written law. about protecting the olive trees, about protecting the memory through the toponymies, or about making heritage something, an ordinary experience that is so ordinary that it's not perceived as heritage or is not perceived as necessarily as something special. A very good observation. Somebody else would like to ask? Monsieur Fournier?
Yes, concerning the cutting down of the olive trees, I would not be so optimistic because you have to think about what is done with the olive trees that are cut down. It's not just a matter of cutting them down and not doing anything about them. In the traditional societies, when you cut an olive tree, obviously you had the wood and you did something with it. And now what we see in France is olive trees who are transplanted. So what to do with that? They are not cut down and killed, but they are transplanted from most of the time from Spain. And they come in places in France because they are bigger. Because in France the olive trees are smaller because they have frozen in 1956, and there is a lot of business going on with big Spanish olive trees being transplanted and carried on with lorries up to France, and they are paid it's very expensive to have some, and they are put in houses in the countryside for very wealthy people. So I would not be so optimistic than you were.
Είναι αλήθεια ότι υπάρχει αυτό το εμπορικό κομμάτι που υπάρχει, είναι φοβερό. Είναι αλήθεια ότι δεν είναι δυσάρεστο. Και το να μετακινήσει ένα λεόδεντρο από τη θέση του επίσης είναι πάρα πολύ, δεν είναι ό,τι καλύτερο. Απλά ήθελα να πω, μιλάω για το, όταν είναι από τον απλό κόσμο, από τους αγρότες, τους καλλιεργητές, θεωρώ ότι δύσκολα κόβεται ένα δέντρο. Και επίσης, εμείς σαν πολιτιστικός οργανισμός του Δρόμοι της Ελιάς, δεν θέλουμε δεν μας αρέσουν τα αντικείμενα που γίνονται από ξύλο ελιάς. Γιατί θεωρούμε ότι έχει κοπεί κάποια ελιά και για να δημιουργηθούν αυτά τα αντικείμενα. Δεν τα θέλουμε, δεν τα προτιμάμε γενικώς. Αυτό ήθελα να πω, αλλά εντάξει, είμαι αισιόδοξη ίσως γιατί έρχομαι από μια περιοχή, από μια χώρα που υπάρχει ένα τεράστιο δέσιμο με την ελιά και ξέρω ότι όταν μια ελιά, ζούμε μαζί της, δηλαδή δεν περνάει από το μυαλό μας να καταστρέψουμε αυτό το δέντρο. Γι' αυτό ίσως είμαι πιο πολύ αισιόδοξη και πιο πολύ επηρεασμένη. Αλλά συμφωνώ ότι το εμπορικό κομμάτι είναι τραγικό.
Γιώργος Χαραμπάτος. Ήθελα να θέσω θέμα, εντάξει τώρα δεν είναι θέμα της σημερινής συνάντησης, αλλά από την άλλη μεριά σκέπτομαι ότι αν είχαν φωνή και τα άλλα δέντρα και το υπόλοιπο πράσινο στη Μεσόγειο, ίσως να είχαμε εδώ πέρα και μια κουβέντα στο κατά πόσο είναι σωστό και ωφέλιμο να γίνονται αυτές οι τεράστιες μεταπιτέψεις, αναδιαρθρώσεις σε χώρους, σε γήπεδα, σε βουνά, σε λόφους. Γιατί θυμάμαι την διαμαρτυρία που είχε γίνει με το Παγκόσμιο Ταμείο για τη Φύση, που είχαν ξεκολώσει τα πάντα και φυτεύαν ήλιας. Δηλαδή θέλω να πω ότι είναι και αυτό μια άλλη διάσταση του θέματος. Πέρα δηλαδή από αυτό που συζητάμε για το πολιτισμό της ελιάς, για τα δέντρα της ελιάς που δεν πρέπει κτλ. Από την άλλη μεριά, έχετε υπόψη σας, επειδή το εμπορικό κομμάτι από ό,τι φαίνεται είναι κυρίαρχο στην όλη αυτή προσπάθεια, στην όλη ιστορία. Να βλέπουμε, ας πούμε, ειδικά στην Ισπανία, να μεταφυτεύονται ολόκληρες, να ξεριζώνουν τα πάντα και αυτά να αντικαθίστανται με ελαιώνες κτλ. Ιδιαίτερα γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο γίνονται αυτά τα πράγματα. Το βλέπουμε στην Ισπανία, έγινε και καταγγέλθηκε αυτό από το Παγκόσμιο Ταμείο για τη Φύση. Το βλέπουμε στο Μαρόκο, το βλέπουμε στην Τινησία, το βλέπουμε στην Τουρκία, το βλέπουμε στη Συρία. Τώρα δεν υπάρχει, θα περάσουν πολλά χρόνια για να συμβεί αυτό. Τέλος πάντων, είναι ένα θέμα. Είναι ένα θέμα και γι' αυτό θα πρέπει πάντοτε να βασιλεύει, να επικρατεί το μέτρο που λέμε. Ας πούμε. Σε όλα πρέπει να υπάρχει ένα μέτρο. Ευχαριστώ.
Francisco?
Thank you. I just want to give a reply to Professor Lawrence Fourier regarding your approach to the toponymy, especially when you said that there is a bias. Okay, a possible bias. I want to say, because I'm co-author of this work, I want to say you that I consider that the patronymy is a second-order relation to heritage. It's first. Second, we want to identify both first-order relation and second-order. For example, I have here a colleague, Fernando Oliveira. For her, maybe it will be interesting to know about her own origins. So this is not problematic for us. Just we are starting this research, but your question is for us a challenge, just a challenge. And thank you.
Is there another question from the audience?
Καλημέρα σας. Γιώργος Αργυροηλιόπουλος. Σχετικά με την κοπή των ελαιόδεντρων, περισσότερο στην Ελλάδα, πιστεύω, έχοντας και προσωπική εμπειρία, είναι το ότι η κοπή ελαιόδεντρων σχετίζεται μάλλον στις περισσότερες περιπτώσεις, όχι τόσο με το εμπόριο, όσο με την οικιστική ανάπτυξη. Δηλαδή, ένας ιδιοκτήτης ενός οικοπαίδου στις παρυφές μιας πόλης πράγματι θα κόψει κάποιες ελιές για να κτίσει ένα σπίτι. Θα προσπαθήσει βέβαια να προστατεύσει τις υπόλοιπες του περιβάλλοντος χώρου. Επιπλέον, το μεγάλο πρόβλημα στην Ελλάδα το έχουμε από τις πυρκαγιές του καλοκαιριού, από τις θερινές πυρκαγιές, που εκεί κινδυνεύουν περισσότερο τα ελαιόδεντρα και την πληρώνουν πάρα πολύ άσχημα. Χιλιάδες ελαιόδεντρα κάθε καλοκαίρι στις πυρκαγιές της Ελλάδας καίγονται, εξαφανίζονται, παραγωγικά ελαιόδεντρα, και μαζί με αυτά και κάποια σπάνια βέβαια υπεραιωνόβια. Για τα υπεραιωνόβια θα ακούσετε περισσότερο αύριο από εμένα και τη συνεργάτησά μου. Όσον αφορά τώρα τα υπεραιωνόβια, πάρα πολλά στην Ελλάδα χαρακτηρίζονται σαν μνημεία της φύσης. Έρχομαι στην πρώτη παρουσίαση με τους νόμους. Έχουν χαρακτηριστεί επίσημα από την πολιτεία σαν μνημεία της φύσης, οπότε έχουν μια αυστηρή προστασία και δεν είναι θέμα νόμων μόνο, είναι και θέμα ευαισθητοποίησης της τοπικής κοινότητας. Οι τοπικές κοινότητες που στον χώρο των οποίων υπάρχουν σπάνια ελαιόδεντρα, είτε λόγω ηλικίας, είτε λόγω ποικιλίας, είτε λόγω ιστορικών γεγονότων που σχετίζονται με αυτά, είναι πάρα πολύ ευαισθητοποιημένες και προσπαθούν να προστατεύσουν και να διατηρήσουν και να προβάλλουν τα συγκεκριμένα ελαιόδεντρα. Αυτά από τη δική μου εμπειρία. Ευχαριστώ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Εάν θέλετε να λέτε και την ιδιότητά σας, please state your name and your...
Γεια σας. Γιαννακόπουλος Νίκος λέγομαι, είμαι αρχιτέκτονας, είμαι προϊστάμενος του τμήματος τουρισμού του Δήμου Καλαμάτας, αλλά η ερώτησή μου είναι πιο γενική, έχει να κάνει γενικά με αυτή τη συνεδρία που γίνεται το διήμερο που έχουμε εδώ. Θέλω να ρωτήσω κάτι. Ένας σημαντικός παράγοντας είναι η αυθεντικότητα του τοπίου ή η σημασία του τοπίου. Το ελαιόδεντρο και η καλλιέργεια της ελιάς έχει δύο χαρακτήρες. Ένα χαρακτήρα έχει σαν το μεσογειακό τοπίο και σαν μια καλλιέργεια που στις μέρες μας μπορεί να γίνει και μονοκαλλιέργεια και φτάνει σε σημεία μέχρι και αλλίωσης ενός τοπίου. Θεωρώ ότι η προσέγγιση μας και η προσέγγιση όλων των παρουσιάσεων είναι σαν μια εμπειρία και σαν ένα σεβασμό προς αυτό που έχει η έννοια της ελιάς και της καλλιέργειας της ελιάς. Αυτό ήθελα να... Και η προηγούμενη παρουσίαση που ήταν για την κοιλάδα με τις περιοχές καλλιέργειας και επεξεργασίας του ελαιοκάρπου, θεωρώ ότι αυτή την προσέγγιση είχε. Δηλαδή και η μεταφορά του και η μετατροπή ενός ελαιόμηλου σε μουσείο σεβόταν την παράδοση και είχε αναφορά με την παράδοση, χωρίς να είναι κυρίαρχη η έννοια της παράδοσης. Έτσι. Αυτά θέλω λίγο να...
Έχετε πάνω σε αυτά, θα τα μεταφέρω τώρα στα αγγλικά. Έχετε κάποια ερώτηση για τους ομιλητές?
Ναι, ήθελα να ρωτήσω, δηλαδή θεωρώ και οι δύο παρουσιάσεις, η προσέγγιση τους ήταν σαν στο σεβασμό στο τοπίο, σαν δηλαδή ότι η ελιά είναι συνυφασμένη με το μεσογειακό τοπίο, με το τοπίο και όχι τόσο ως καλλιέργεια, και προστατεύουμε ένα δέντρο και συντηρούμε ένα δέντρο ή φροντίζουμε στην επανακαλλιέργειά του, αλλά έχοντας υπόψη μας και το τοπίο, έτσι. Γιατί οι εικόνες που είδαμε πάνω της εντατικής καλλιέργειας της ελιάς ή σε άλλες χώρες, οι σύγχρονες καλλιέργειες είναι μια καινούργια εικόνα, έτσι.
Δώστε μου μισό λεπτό να το μεταφέρω. Laure, are you're with us? Maybe I can very shortly translate what the gentleman said. He's an architect by the city of Kalamata, and he said that on the one hand we have the olive tree cultivation that, as presented to some extremes, it reaches monocultivation. But on the other hand, the cultivation of olives is linked with the authenticity of the landscape and of protecting the authenticity of the landscape. And he was particularly interested in all these presentations, and especially the research you and Yannick are doing on the valleys and the rivers that you visited, and where he got the feeling and he understood that for people, the mills, the olives are a part of heritage, and they see this as a kind of heritage for them, for their world. Would you like to add a comment on that? How people perceive the olive trees or the mills as per your research? Please turn on your mic. Yes.
Yes, thank you for your questions. So I think we didn't have a geographic approach, maybe a little bit because Yannick is a geographer, but so what we made is to follow this river and to meet people around in this area following the river, and that's it. But I think we haven't asked the people about the river. Finally, it was not in our survey. Mais je sais pas, Yannick, si tu veux compléter, en fait, c'est par rapport, c'est géographiquement, parce qu'il intéresse, c'est la question des paysages à Grasse, tu vois, et l'intérêt de cette rivière. Donc, j'ai...
Laure explained, if I got it correctly, that the landscape is camouflaged, and it's not easy to see the heritage, the olive heritage that is there, because there are many canals, artificial canals created there, that they camouflage the real landscape.
There's a lot of vegetation.
With lots of vegetation, and it's difficult to see the landscape. So actually, you get the landscape from people's testimonies.
Sorry.
So you actually see the landscape and the olives and the mills from what people have to say about it. People's experiences are more important, is what you see, actually, not, you can't see with your eyes so easily.
C'est comme un prétexte dans notre enquête.
Ok.
Pour toi, c'était pas le cœur de l'interrogation du paysage.
C'est ça. En fait, on a suivi le...
Quand ça venait.
Ok. Sorry, I'm not a certified translator. I do my best. Channel 1 or 2, depending on the language.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I think our time is almost up, but maybe we have, if there is one more question. I think not. The translation devices came a bit too late, but you had here the live translator, so we made it. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Let's have a 1 hour break for lunch, and we'll continue afterwards with our second session. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentations. Thank you.
Αυτό είναι το πρώτο. Το έχεις. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. Αυτό το έχεις. Τώρα πρόκειται. Αν πάρω αυτή τη γραμμή και τη βάλω... Γραμμή 2. Ναι, αλλά εντάξει. Δεν πρέπει να το δούμε. Δε. Ένα, δε. Ένα, δύο. Δε. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα. Δε. Δε. Μια ερώτηση. Να βάλουμε τα ακουστικά λίγο να δούμε τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε. Δε. Ένα. Δε. Ένα. Δεν έχεις κάτι σε αυτή τη στιγμή. Ωραία. Δώσ' μου μισό λεπτό. Έχεις, εντάξει. Όταν λες πριν, δεν πήραξα κάτι εγώ. Μήπως είναι και στα άλλα ακουστικά ή είναι μόνο στα δικά σου. Δε. Κάνει διακοπές τίποτα. Κάνει διακοπές. Ωραία. Ένα XLR, γρήγορα. Ναι. Ναι. Ένα. Δεν κάνει κάτι. Είμαστε εντάξει δυνατά. Όχι. Από ό,τι βλέπω. Εδώ τώρα με ακούσαμε, έτσι δεν είναι. Δεν είμαι χαμηλά. Ωραία. Ωραία. Μίλα λίγο το πόντιουμ, σε παρακαλώ. Να το λύσουμε γιατί είναι κάτι με τα ρεύματα εδώ που γίνεται μια μάχη. Δε. Ένα. Ωραία. Μίλα λίγο, Νίκο. Πάμε.
Ένα, δύο.
Μίλησέ τα.
Κανονικά. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Οκ.
Τα έχεις δυνατά, εντάξει, καθαρά.
Ωραία.
Ναι. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Μίλησε τα, Νίκο. Πάμε να τα...
Για πάμε. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 3, 1. Τέσσερα. Ένα. 2000. Ένα. Το κάνει. Ένα, και είναι μακριά.
So, good afternoon. It's difficult to restart, but we must, okay? We are going to begin with section 2, entitled Motivations and Values in Claiming the Olive Tree Heritage, Sustainable Development and Tourism Issues. I'm replacing my colleague from the Portuguese team, João Vasconcelos. I'm going to try to do my best, okay? So I call Mr. Georgos Poukinos from the group of olive oil producers in Milias, Greece.
Καλησπέρα σας. Δεν προβάλλεται, δεν ξέρω τώρα τι πρέπει να κάνω εγώ.
Καλησπέρα. Λέγομαι Κόκκινος Γιώργος. Είμαι πρόεδρος της ομάδας παραγωγών Ηλέας. Το θέμα είναι οι πολυσυλλεκτικές και πολυλειτουργικές μορφές γεωργίας και η συμβολή τους στην προστασία των φυσικών και πολυιστικών τοπίων της ελιάς στο πλαίσιο της αειφόρου ανάπτυξης. Πριν ξεκινήσω, θα σας πω λίγα λόγια για την ομάδα παραγωγών Ηλέας. Ιδρύθηκε στις αρχές του 2000, το 2000 συγκεκριμένα, ενώ είχαν προηγηθεί γύρω στα 2 χρόνια αναζητήσεων από τα ιδρυτικά μέλη πάνω στη σκέψη τι θα μπορούσαμε να κάνουμε για να βελτιώσουμε την καλλιέργεια της ελιάς και την οικονομική μας θέση. Ανακαλύψαμε το σύστημα της ολοκληρωμένης διαχείρισης παραγωγής, αποφασίσαμε να ιδρύσουμε τον Ηλέα με σκοπό να εφαρμόσει σύστημα ολοκληρωμένης διαχείρισης, το οποίο υπήρχε από το 1999. Είμαστε από τους πρώτους, αν όχι πρώτοι, που το εφαρμόσαμε στην Ελλάδα και αργότερα κινηθήκαμε. Αρχίσαμε να εφαρμόζουμε περιβαλλοντικά πρότυπα όπως το ISO 14001 με το οποίο πιστοποιηθήκαμε το 2003 και κατά κάποιο τρόπο είμαστε οι πρώτοι στην Ελλάδα που συνδέσαμε την ελαιοκαλλιέργεια με το περιβάλλον μέσω διεθνών προτύπων. Είχαμε την τύχη να έχουμε έναν εξαιρετικό σύμβουλο, ο οποίος πλέον δεν είναι στη ζωή, τον Γιώργο Μιχαλόπουλο, που μας οδήγησε σε αυτό το μονοπάτι που σήμερα το περιβάλλον είναι πλέον στην καθημερινότητα και η νέα ΚΑΠ μάλιστα το έχει πάρα πολύ ψηλά στην ατζέντα με την πράσινη μετάβαση και στο κομμάτι της γεωργίας. Παράλληλα έχουμε συμμετάσχει σε ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα LIFE, Horizon, Prima. Το τελευταίο που τρέχουμε είναι το Sustain Olive, το οποίο πραγματεύεται ένα πολύ κρίσιμο θέμα, τη βιωσιμότητα του παραδοσιακού ελαιώνα στις δύσκολες εποχές που έρχονται. Ξεκινώ με μια εικόνα. Είναι ένας επερεντατικός ελαιώνας στην Ισπανία. Αυτή φαίνεται να είναι πλέον η μορφή της ελαιοκαλλιέργειας στον πλανήτη Γη. Έφυγε από τα στενά όρια της Μεσογείου, επεκτάθηκε σε αυτή τη μορφή εκτός από τις παραδοσιακές χώρες που καλλιεργούν την ελιά και σε άλλες χώρες όπως θα δούμε. Ελαιώνα στην Αργεντινή. Όταν διάβασα την έκταση αυτού του ελαιώνα, πραγματικά τρόμαξα. Το ίντερνετ λέει ότι είναι 800.000 στρέμματα, 80.000 εκτάρια. Να σας δώσω μια τάξη μεγέθους μόνο, για όσους δεν γνωρίζουν. Τα μηχανήματα συγκομιδής αυτούς τους ελαιώνες συγκομίζουν 4 στρέμματα την ώρα. 4 στρέμματα εκεί είναι γύρω στα 500 ελαιόδεντρα. Στον παραδοσιακό ελαιώνα είναι το πολύ 70 με 80. Για να συγκομιστούν τα 70 με 80 ελαιόδεντρα σε ένα παραδοσιακό ελαιώνα χρειάζονται 8 με 10 εργάτες, οι οποίοι αγωνίζονται όλη την ημέρα. Αυτό ως τάξη μεγέθους για την καινούργια πραγματικότητα που διαγράφεται στον παγκόσμιο ελαιοκομικό χάρτη. Αυτή είναι μια εικόνα του δικού μας ελαιώνα. Ένα πανέμορφο τοπίο. Το γαλάζιο του ουρανού και της θάλασσας συναντάει το αργυροπράσινο των ελαιώνων μέσα σε μια αλληλοδιαδοχή ελαιώνων, δασικών εκτάσεων κτλ. Εδώ υπερέχει η αισθητική, όπως είναι εμφανές. Το ίδιο και εδώ είναι η θέα από το ανάκτορο του Νέστορα προς το Ναβαρίνο. Πάλι ένας τυπικός ελληνικός ελαιώνας. Και αυτό που συμπεραίνουμε σε πρώτη φάση είναι ότι τουλάχιστον ο δικός μας ελαιώνας έχει ένα μεγάλο συγκριτικό πλεονέκτημα, το οποίο είναι η περιβαλλοντική του διάσταση. Ποια είναι όμως η αποστολή της γεωργίας και της κτηνοτροφίας? Να θρέφει το συνεχώς αυξανόμενο πληθυσμό. Ανέκαθεν ήταν, τώρα γίνεται πιο επιτακτική, γιατί ο πληθυσμός αυξάνεται, προβλέπεται να αυξάνεται συνεχώς και όλος αυτός ο πληθυσμός θα πρέπει να θραφεί. Γι' αυτό και η γεωργία αρχίζει πλέον να παίρνει μια άλλη μορφή. Αρχίζει να μοιάζει στη βιομηχανία. Οι ελαιώνες που είδαμε πριν από λίγο είναι ελαιώνες που μοιάζουν, που είναι βιομηχανικής μορφής. Δεν υπάρχουν, μάλλον είναι πολύ περιορισμένα τα ανθρώπινα χέρια. Τη δουλειά την κάνουν οι μηχανές. Οι μηχανές είναι ανίκητες, όπου μπήκαν εκτόπισαν τον άνθρωπο, γιατί μπορούν να κάνουν τη δουλειά γρήγορα, με ακρίβεια και με χαμηλό κόστος. Πού συμβαίνει όμως αυτό? Εκεί που το επιτρέπουν οι συνθήκες. Ποιες είναι οι συνθήκες? Είναι ο μεγάλος κλήρος, το ανάγλυφο του εδάφους. Εδώ ίσως το δικό μας το ανάγλυφο που είναι έντονο να είναι πλεονέκτημα τελικά, αλλά σε μια άλλη μορφή γεωργίας. Επιστημονική και τεχνική υποστήριξη, διαθέσιμα κεφάλαια. Θα έχετε ακούσει ότι πρόσφατα εμείς οι αγρότες αποκτήσαμε και ένα καινούργιο συνάδελφο, τον Bill Gates. Καλλιεργεί πλέον έχει στην κατοχή του 1 εκατομμύριο στρέμματα. Πολιτικές που ευνοούν τα παραπάνω. Η γεωργία και η κτηνοτροφία στη χώρα μας είναι δέσμες της παράδοσης, το μεγαλύτερο μέρος τους, χωρίς όμως να αξιοποιούν την παραδοσιακή τους μορφή. Δηλαδή, είναι αυτό που είπα πριν. Καλλιεργούμε ελιές με παραδοσιακό τρόπο και καλά κάνουμε, αλλά δεν αξιοποιούμε όμως την παράδοση ώστε να ενισχύσουμε το προϊόν που πουλάμε. Έτσι λοιπόν προσπαθούμε, ασκώντας την παραδοσιακή μορφή της γεωργίας, τουλάχιστον στο μεγαλύτερο μέρος της Ελλάδας, να ανταγωνιστούμε τη γεωργία και την κτηνοτροφία βιομηχανικής μορφής. Ξέρω πάρα πολλούς κτηνοτρόφους που τα γελάδια τους ή τα κατσίκια τους βόσκουν σε ελεύθερο περιβάλλον, αλλά η παγκόσμια κτηνοτροφία δεν είναι πλέον αυτό. Είναι ζώα στριμωγμένα σε πάρα πολύ μικρούς χώρους, ακινητοποιημένα, που αποστολή τους να παράγουν κρέας και γάλα. Και φτάνει κάποιος να απορεί κάποια στιγμή ποια ακριβώς είναι τα κτήνη. Αυτοί που τα εκτρέφουν ή αυτά που εκτρέφονται για να σφαγιαστούν. Έτσι λοιπόν γεννάται ένα μεγάλο ερώτημα, αν υπάρχει μέλλον για τις παραδοσιακές μορφές γεωργίας. Η προσωπική μου άποψη μετά από 25 χρόνια ενασχόλησης είναι δεν έχουμε μέλλον αν επιμένουμε στο πεδίο ανταγωνιστικότητας ποσότητας κόστους, γιατί εκεί έχουμε χάσει. Έχουμε όμως μέλλον στο πεδίο της σύνδεσης των προϊόντων που παράγονται, αν αξιοποιήσουμε το περιβάλλον και την πολιτιστική, υλική και άλλη κληρονομιά. Έτσι λοιπόν φτάνουμε, αν δεχτούμε ότι αυτές οι διαπιστώσεις στέκουν, να οδηγηθούμε στο συμπέρασμα ότι χρειαζόμαστε ένα νέο μοντέλο γεωργίας, το οποίο θα πρέπει να είναι πολυσυλλεκτικό, όπου η ετήσια απασχόληση, η σχετική αυτάρκεια και η κυκλική οικονομία να αποτελούν προαπαιτούμενα. Και πολυλειτουργικό, που σημαίνει ότι η δραστηριότητα πρέπει να επεκτείνεται σε όλο το φάσμα, από την παραγωγή των προϊόντων, τη μεταποίηση, τη συσκευασία, το εμπόριο, ως και τον τουρισμό της υπαίθρου. Να κάνω μια μικρή στάση να σας πω ότι είμαι 56 ετών και όταν, επειδή η οικογένειά μου ήταν αγροτική και δεν υπήρχε η μέριμνα με τα νηπιαγωγεία, τα πρώτα βήματα τα έκανα στα χωράφια. Έτσι λοιπόν έχω μνήμες από τις αρχές του 1970. Τότε που η γεωργία ήταν πολυσυλλεκτική. Το κάθε νοικοκυριό και φρόντιζε να έχει αυτάρκεια. Και η κυκλική οικονομία ήταν κανόνας. Αυτό που σήμερα προσπαθούμε να το επαναφέρουμε για να μάθουμε την κυκλική οικονομία, η παραδοσιακή, η τότε αγροτική ελληνική οικογένεια ζούσε με την αυτάρκεια και ήταν μέσα στο DNA της κυκλική οικονομία. Δεν λέω ότι πρέπει να γυρίσουμε εκεί. Πρέπει όμως να πάρουμε αυτά τα στοιχεία, να τα φέρουμε στο σήμερα, για να κάνουμε τη ζωή μας πιο εύκολη από ό,τι είναι. Έτσι λοιπόν, η γνώμη μου είναι, η προσωπική μου άποψη είναι ότι η ελληνική γεωργία έχει τρία σημαντικά συγκριτικά πλεονεκτήματα σε σχέση με τις άλλες γεωργίες, αυτές που χαρακτηρίζονται βιομηχανικού τύπου, που συνεχώς επεκτείνονται. Έχουμε ένα περιβαλλοντικό πλούτο. Όπου και να σταθεί κανείς στην Ελλάδα, σε όποιο χωράφι και να σταθεί, σίγουρα θα δει κάποιο όμορφο θέαμα. Ειδικά αυτά που βλέπουν προς τη θάλασσα, νομίζω ότι έχουν μια αισθητική η οποία είναι ανεπανάληπτη. Έχουμε μια πλούσια πολιτιστική κληρονομιά και έχουμε και γευστικά αγροτικά προϊόντα. Στα όλα τα υπόλοιπα νομίζω ότι όχι απλά δεν έχουμε πλεονεκτήματα, αλλά υστερούμε. Αυτά όμως είναι ασύγκριτα πλεονεκτήματα της ελληνικής γεωργίας. Έτσι λοιπόν, η προσωπική μου άποψη και αυτό που πλέον προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε ως ομάδα παραγωγών είναι να κινηθούμε στο τρίπτυχο διατροφή, περιβάλλον, πολιτισμός και εκεί μέσα να αναπτύξουμε νέες μορφές γεωργίας, πολυσυλλεκτικές και πολυλειτουργικές. Εδώ να κάνω μια παρένθεση σε σχέση με αυτό που άκουσα για τις ελιές που εγκαταλείπονται, υποκόβονται κτλ. Εγώ ξεκινάω με τη διαπίστωση ότι πολύ κακώς η Μεσσηνία είναι ένα απέραντο ελαιοδάσος. Η πολυσυλλεκτική μορφή είναι προτιμότερη αυτή που είχαμε παλιά και δεν έγινε τυχαία, το ξέρουμε πάρα πολύ καλά, έγινε γιατί απλούστατα για πάρα πολλά χρόνια η επιδότηση στην παραγωγή του ελαιολάδου δημιούργησε αυτή την κατάσταση. Εγκαταλείφθηκαν άλλες παραδοσιακές καλλιέργειες, όπως η σταφίδα στην περιοχή μου, όπως τα σίκα, τα οποία αν τους δίναμε την απαραίτητη προσοχή, θα μπορούσαν και αυτά ακόμα, παρόλα ότι ίσως να φαίνεται λίγο δύσκολο, να συνέχισαν να είχαν ένα πολύ καλό εισόδημα. Αλλά όχι απλά με το να τα παράγουμε μόνο και να τα εξάγουμε αδιαφορώντας για το που πάνε. Αλλά όταν θα τα έχουμε καταφέρει να τα ενσωματώσουμε στο διατροφικό μας πολιτισμό. Έτσι λοιπόν, αυτές οι μορφές αισιοδοξώ ότι δίνουν καλύτερη αξιοποίηση του ετήσιου διαθέσιμου χρόνου. Τι έχουμε καταφέρει με την ελαιοκαλλιέργεια? Τεράστια ένταση εργασίας. Μάλιστα από φέτος αντιμετωπίζουμε το εξή πρόβλημα των εργατών σε μια περιορισμένη περίοδο. Δηλαδή θέλουμε πάρα πολλά χέρια και εμείς υπερεξαντλούμαστε 3-4 μήνες όσο κρατάει η ελαιοκαλλιέργεια. Ενισχυμένη διατροφική αυτάρκεια, αύξηση του εισοδήματος και ενίσχυση της οικονομίας της υπαίθρου που είναι ζητούμενο, ενίσχυση της περιβαλλοντικής ισορροπίας και της βιοποικιλότητας, ενίσχυση της κυκλικής οικονομίας, διασπορά κινδύνου. Αυτή η βιομηχανική μορφή της ελαιοκαλλιέργειας είναι βέβαιο ότι θα οδηγήσει σε χαμηλές τιμές στο ελαιόλαδο, οπότε η οικονομία της υπαίθρου στη Μεσσηνία είναι εξαρτημένη από το ελαιόλαδο, με ό,τι αυτό συνεπάγεται. Προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς, συγκράτηση νέων στην ύπαιθρο, που αυτό είναι και ο δείκτης ευημερίας ενός τόπου, είναι αν ανανεώνεται, αν συγκρατεί νέους ανθρώπους. Αν δεν συγκρατεί νέους ανθρώπους, οδηγείται σε μαρασμό, είναι θέμα χρόνου. Και περιφερειακή ανάπτυξη με βάση το αγροδιατροφικό μοντέλο. Είναι κάτι που το άκουγα, ήμουν ανιός και γέρας όπως λένε, το άκουγα από πολύ παλιά, περιφερειακή ανάπτυξη, πώς όμως, με βιομηχανίες δεν νομίζω. Δύο πυλώνες έχουμε που θα μπορούσαν να οδηγήσουν σε κάποια περιφερειακή ανάπτυξη και αυτό είναι η γεωργία, που αυτή η μορφή της γεωργίας δεν φαίνεται να μας οδηγεί κάπου, και φυσικά ο τουρισμός. Η σύνδεσή τους δε και η αξιοποίηση του περιβάλλοντος και της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς είναι ένα μονοπάτι που δεν το έχουμε περπατήσει ακόμα. Νομίζω όμως ότι αυτό μας δίνει μια πολύ μεγάλη ευκαιρία. Έτσι λοιπόν, ως συμπέρασμα θα πω ότι οι παγκόσμιες απειλές προσφέρουν ευκαιρίες για την υιοθέτηση ενός νέου παραγωγικού μοντέλου της υπαίθρου που θα συνδέσει το παρελθόν και την παράδοση με τις απαιτήσεις του μέλλοντος. Ήδη στην ατζέντα, θα έχετε ακούσει, έχει μπει ότι η επόμενη κρίση θα είναι διατροφική. Δεν ξέρω αν θα είναι, ούτε και πολλές φορές ο καθένας προσπαθεί να πει κάτι που αφορά το μέλλον για να βγει και να πει μετά εγώ το είχα πει. Παρ' όλα αυτά, ο κίνδυνος υπάρχει, είναι υπαρκτός και θα πρέπει να προσανατολιστούμε ακόμα και σε αυτό το ενδεχόμενο, ότι ενδέχεται κάποια στιγμή να αντιμετωπίσουμε πρόβλημα επιστημιστικής κρίσης. Και η άποψή μου για την παράδοση είναι ότι δεν πρέπει να μας κρατά δέσμιους του παρελθόντος, αλλά να μας δίνει τα εφόδια και να μας δίνει το δρόμο για το μέλλον. Μόνο τότε την αξιοποιούμε σωστά και μόνο τότε δείχνουμε και τον απαραίτητο σεβασμό που πρέπει να έχουμε. Αλλιώς, το να παραμένουμε δέσμοι της παράδοσης, γινόμαστε δέσμοι του παρελθόντος και δεν προχωράμε μπροστά. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. Please join us here. Okay. Can we translate? Please join. Okay, thank you. So let me say that it was very impressive, some of the photos regarding super intensive model of olive growth. And it was also very interesting, your environmental concerns. Thank you. So the second presentation, it's from our colleague, Nuno Rodrigues from the Portuguese team. The presentation is called Valorization of the Centenarian Olive Tree Heritage, the case of Coa Valley in Portugal. This is a shared presentation by Nuno Rodrigues, Ida Carvalho, Francisco Dias, Paula Batista, and José Pereira. And our colleague Nuno Rodrigues is also not here with us today, so I'm calling the technician to share with us the first video. Yes, please.
Luke Robinson died in the early hours of yesterday morning when he lost control of his Holden Commodore on a road.
The car was heading north along Anarchy Road when the driver lost control of the vehicle. Two passengers, a 19 and 14.
Oh, it's so vivid to see it. You know, I can picture the exact scene, and this is now a couple of months later. So,
watching the car as it started to roll, just watching the shoe fly out of the car.
Just the worst feeling that I've had in my life. I'm always looking for answers to know if I can do more. If I could have saved Luke, I agonise that. I agonise how he died.
Seeing the body lying under
This
the
is
tub,
the first video.
knowing that there was a young person under there.
I've got children of Luke's age, and
Luke Robinson died in the early hours of yesterday morning when he
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nuno Rodrigues, and I'm so sorry for not attending to the meeting, but at this moment, I'm very busy with other administrative tasks in my institute. The name of my talk is about the valorization of the centenarian olive trees heritage, the case of the Coa Valley in Portugal. The olive tree is an important crop in different parts of the olive world. The olive tree is distributed in the different sites of the globe that have a Mediterranean climate. We have olive trees in the North Hemisphere and also in the South, but normally around 90% of the olive tree is produced in the Mediterranean region. In Portugal, we have different areas where the olive tree is very important. In this case, we can see in this picture the landscape of the Coa Valley region, and as you can see, olive tree is very distributed along the region or along the landscape. In this region, we have a very important olive tree heritage. We have different olive groves with a lot of centenarian olive trees. And in our case, we think that we need to do something to avoid the loss of these trees. Different examples of the olive trees heritage in the region. As you can see, we have a very close relationship between the humans of the region and the olive tree heritage. For example, in the iconic site of the picture, we can see one olive tree very well care by the growers, and it represents a very close relationship between them. Also, we can see also another examples of olive tree heritage, and normally the olive trees are very close also the cities and the villages, and normally the old trees are around the churches, and all the trees are very also are very connected with the people and with the traditions that these people have in the region. Also, in this Coa Valley region, the olive trees have, at this moment, we have a problem. Olive trees are very old and with low productivity, and also the people of the region is very old. In this situation, we have different risks for this olive tree heritage. We have the risk of loss of biodiversity. Also, if we have abandonment of these areas, of course, the increase of rural fires occurs. Also, we have different desertifications, not only by the olive tree heritage, but also in the human certification, and also we have a degradation of the characteristic landscape of this Mediterranean area that surely we have also after that problems in the tourism and the economic tissue of the region. Also, in this situation, the objectives of this work was to identify, catalog, and evaluate the ancestral olive growing heritage of the Coa Valley region. For this, we make a survey of the region. We select different olive groves that have olive trees with centenarian olive trees. And after that, for each olive trees, we catalog them, we characterize from different means, genetical means, we characterize the olive oil from the chemicals and sensorial point of view, and also we at this moment we have works for developing table olives and to characterize that the aptitude of these olive trees to produce table olives. We try to combine all this information to develop some tourism itineraries that for each the selected of olive trees we try to make a identity card that combine all the information available. Also, we can see some of the techniques that we use, and some of the people work at this moment for developing this kind of outputs of the projects, using augmented reality, combine virtual elements with real environments, and also created real-time interactivity. Also, we use the augmented virtual reality. We can see an example of the work done. That we could see the olive trees and the olive groves, and in each olive grove we can identify the static olive trees. Of course, to produce all these kind of outputs, we need to visit a lot of times the grower, the olive groves, and also we need a very high number of conversations with the growers to collect information to produce this kind of outputs. Also, in this region, we have a museum of the Coa Valley, and we try to integrate all this information in the museum. One example of the field works that we developed. To valorize this kind of olive trees, we also we also produced with some companies that are in the field in the region. We produced innovative products to valorize the production of the olive trees. First of them, we produced the centenarian olive oils from centenarian olive trees, and after the production of table olives, we developed some formulation for olive paste production, and also we try to produce olive jams. Not only we produce not products not only to eat, but also, for example, to use in infusions and to use in a line of hygiene and wellness products. In this pictures, we can see a kind of table olives very known and very appreciated in the region that we named stone table olives, and also, in our opinion, could be another form to valorize this kind of products. In summary, all these actions will valorize the olive tree heritage of Coa Valley region, contributing to the increasing of scientific knowledge, rural development, and the settlement of population in this area of low density population. Thank you for your attention, and again, I'm so sorry for not coming, but I have, it's not possible. Thank you very much.
One more important approach to communicate and promote olive and olive oil culture using new technologies. The next presenter is Mr. Georgos Karabatos, the CEO of the Cultural Foundation, The Roots of the Olive Tree. The presentation is entitled Sustainable Cultural Management of the Olive Tree Heritage for the benefit of the culture and the local economy, the case of the cultural roots of the olive tree.
Λοιπόν, γεια σας. Λοιπόν, αγαπητοί φίλοι, θα είμαι όσο γίνεται πιο σύντομος, γιατί λίγο πολύ εδώ όλοι ξέρετε τους δρόμους της ελιάς, αλλά πρέπει να σας πω 2-3 πράγματα. Όπως, ας πούμε, για παράδειγμα, ότι οι δρόμοι της ελιάς ξεκίνησαν το 1998. 1998 από την Καλαμάτα, από εδώ, και ήταν μια επιμελητηριακή πρωτοβουλία που σκοπό είχε να μιλήσουμε και να συνδεθούμε με τα άλλα επιμελητήρια γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο, με συνεταιρισμούς, με ομάδες παραγωγών. Αχα. Αυτό είναι. Τώρα να πατήσω τίποτα. Κάτι θα προβάλλατε πίσω. Πατάω εγώ αυτό. Ή μόνο το παίζω. Δεν γίνεται να παίζει μόνο του. Ωραία. Λοιπόν, ξεκινήσαμε λοιπόν το 1998. Το 1998 ξεκινήσαμε. Μέχρι τώρα έχουμε διανύσει, όπως τα βλέπετε, μας έφυγε. Δεν αλπίζει. Εδώ. Όπως βλέπετε λοιπόν έχουμε διανύσει περίπου 260.000 χιλιόμετρα διαπολιτισμικού διαλόγου. Μας πόνεσε ο μπομπόρ μας δηλαδή, έτσι, για να το καταλάβουμε αυτό. Λοιπόν, αγαπητοί φίλοι, η προσπάθεια ποια ήτανε? Μέσα από αυτή τη διαδρομή να δημιουργήσουμε ένα δίκτυο. Ένα δίκτυο που λίγο πολύ, επειδή γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο το μόνο που μπορεί να παρατηρήσει κανείς είναι ελαιοκαλλιέργειες, είναι γιατί σίγουρα είχαμε τα ίδια προβλήματα. τα ίδια προβλήματα και τους ίδιους στόχους. Γιατί σκεφτείτε ότι η Μεσόγειος είναι ένας τουριστικός προορισμός, παγκοσμίως γνωστός. Παρατηρούμε λοιπόν στη Μεσόγειο πολλές χώρες να ισχυρίζονται ότι απευθύνονται σε έναν πληθυσμό και ότι αυτοί μπορούν να αντιμετωπίσουν, να υποδεχτούν όλο αυτό τον τουριστικό πληθυσμό. Δεν είναι δυνατόν αυτό. Και το μεγάλο πρόβλημα στη Μεσόγειο είναι γιατί δεν έχουν κατανοήσει ακόμα την σημασία που έχει μια συνεργασία όλων των χωρών, που αυτό θα ήταν σίγουρο ότι αν είχε προκύψει, τότε στη Μεσόγειο δεν θα βλέπαμε ούτε φωτιές, ούτε καμένες ελιές, ούτε δυστυχία, αλλά ούτε και πολέμους. Εμείς λοιπόν μέσα σε αυτή την προσπάθεια, το 2003 η πρωτοβουλία μας αναγνωρίστηκε από το Συμβούλιο της Ευρώπης, από την UNESCO, ως παγκόσμια πολιτιστική διαδρομή. Αυτό έχει σαν συνέπεια οι οδηπόροι των δρόμων της ελιάς να ανοίξουν τα σύνορα μεταξύ Μαρόκου και Αλγερίας, οι οποίοι βρίσκονται σε εμπόλεμη κατάσταση από τότε, λόγω των γνωστών προβλημάτων στη Σαχάρα, και να φυτέψουμε και δύο ελιές, οι οποίες δυστυχώς ξεράθηκαν, γιατί μετά ξανακλείσαν τα σύνορα, μόλις περάσαμε. Αλλά αυτό όμως που θα θυμόμαστε και θα μας τιμά ιδιαίτερα, είναι ότι μας υποδέχτηκαν στην πλατεία Αλγερία στο Αλγέρι και είχαν σμιλεύσει μια πέτρα μεγάλη που επάνω έγραφε στους τρομοκράτες της ειρήνης. Αυτό λοιπόν εμείς το θεωρούμε μεγάλη μας τιμή και πάντοτε θα το θυμόμαστε. Στη συνέχεια το 2005 αναγνωρίστηκε το Συμβούλιο της Ευρώπης ως μεγάλη ευρωπαϊκή πολιτιστική διαδρομή διαπολιτισμικού διαλόγου για την ειρήνη και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Καταφέραμε λοιπόν μέσα σε αυτές τις διαδρομές, μέσα από αυτές τις διαδρομές, να δημιουργήσουμε ένα δίκτυο με 180 μέλη. 180 μέλη πιστοποιημένα, αλλά και που ακόμα υπάρχουν άλλα 300 σημεία ενδιαφέροντος που πρέπει να πιστοποιηθούν. Και πρέπει να πιστοποιηθούν αυτά για να μπορέσουμε να φτάσουμε σε ένα δίκτυο που κατανοεί με τον ίδιο τρόπο την ανάγκη για συνέργειες. Φτάσαμε λοιπόν να δούμε, γιατί όπως ξέρετε πολύ καλά, ότι περνάμε διάφορες, έχουν έρθει συγκυρίες τέτοιες που πρέπει να ξαναδούμε τους στόχους, να οργανωθούμε ενδεχόμενα για να αντιμετωπίσουμε αυτές τις συγκυρίες, αυτές τις καταστάσεις πολύ επώδυνες, όπως για παράδειγμα η οικονομική κρίση που ήταν για πολλά χρόνια και συνεχίζει, η πολιτική αστάθεια στις χώρες της Αφρικής, της Βόρειας Αφρικής, στη Μέση Ανατολή, η πανδημία τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και τώρα ο πόλεμος της Ουκρανίας. Με τις ίδιες όμως καταστροφικές επιπτώσεις για τη Μεσόγειο. Για τη Μεσόγειο της ελιάς, για τη Μεσόγειο που γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο όλοι καταλαβαίνουν και σέβονται τον πολιτισμό της ελιάς. Δεν χρειάζεται να τον διδάξουμε, το καταλαβαίνουν απόλυτα. Ακόμα και αυτοί που δεν έχουν σχέση με το δέντρο της ελιάς. Ο στόχος λοιπόν, ο δικός μας, ποιος ήταν? Το δίκτυο. Ένα δίκτυο που θα μας εκπαίδευε σε κοινές πρακτικές, σε καλές πρακτικές οι οποίες θα γινόταν κοινωνία για όλους μας, γιατί ένα συμφέρον υπάρχει για όλους γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο. Η Μεσόγειος της ειρήνης και της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Και γι' αυτό σκεφτήκαμε να δημιουργήσουμε μια αλυσίδα αξίας. Τι σημαίνει αλυσίδα αξίας? Αλυσίδα αξίας είναι, βάζω 2 τελείες. Κάθε σημείο ενδιαφέροντος είναι αναγνωρίσιμο από την περιοχή του. Εξάλλου και αυτό και πιστοποιείται. Άρα λοιπόν επιλέγουμε καταρχήν τις περιοχές που έχουν μεγαλύτερο ενδιαφέρον. Ποιες είναι οι περιοχές που έχουν μεγαλύτερο ενδιαφέρον? Είναι οι αγροτικές περιοχές, οι κοινότητες που είναι με λίγους κατοίκους, αυτές οι κοινότητες που χρόνο με το χρόνο αδειάζουν. Αλλά δεν αδειάζουν μόνο η κοινότητα, αδειάζει αυτός ο πολιτισμός, αυτή η ομορφιά της Μεσογείου. Άρα λοιπόν πρέπει να στηρίξουμε αυτές τις κοινότητες των 3.000 κατοίκων, των 5.000 κατοίκων, ακόμα και πιο μικρές. Το σημείο λοιπόν ενδιαφέροντος που βρίσκεται σε αυτές τις περιοχές γίνεται η αρχή μιας τοπικής πολιτιστικής διαδρομής. Αρχίζει ένας κύκλος και ανοίγει από εκεί. Αυτή η διαδρομή λοιπόν ακολουθεί μετά από έρευνα πεδίου, ακολουθεί και συνδέει τα υπόλοιπα συγκριτικά πλεονεκτήματα της περιοχής και καταλήγει πάλι στο σημείο ενδιαφέροντος. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε λοιπόν, δημιουργείται ένας κύκλος. Δηλαδή τι είναι ο κύκλος? Ένας κρίκος. Αυτοί οι κρίκοι λοιπόν θα τους ενώσουμε, έχουμε την αλυσίδα αξίας. Τι σημαίνει εκεί μια τοπική πολιτιστική διαδρομή? Σημαίνει ότι δεσμεύεται η περιοχή στο να υποστηρίξει μια κοινή προσπάθεια. Έχουμε ένα δίκτυο, έχουμε μια δέσμευση και από εκεί και μετά ξεκινάμε όλοι μαζί. Ή μαζί θα πετύχουμε ή θα αποτύχει το σχέδιο. Δεν υπάρχει μέση λύση. Αυτό ήθελα να σας πω, κύριε. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you so much for, okay. So the next presentation, it's entitled Tourism and Olive Oil Heritage in Portugal, State of the Art. And the presenter will be Professor Francisco Dias from the Portuguese team. It is a presentation that gathers some other colleagues, Fernando Oliveira, Eunice Lopes, and Vitor Figueiredo.
Hi, everybody. Maybe I need a, okay, I'll talk from here. I don't like, but no problem. Okay, hi, everybody. Thank you for coming, for share with us the same interest. And it's a pleasure to share with you some ideas that we selected for this presentation, because we know that is a huge work, and we tried in 50 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, to explain our current study on the tourism and olive oil heritage and this complexity, the interrelationship between both areas. First, the social, economic, and environmental relevance of olive tourism for Portugal. Every country have different, thank you very much. Every country have different situation in this binomial of tourism and olive heritage, because tourism depends on realities, on the supply that we can offer visitors. And situation in Portugal is very specific, as you will understand right now. For the context, take into consideration, please, that in 25 years, the amount of traditional meals decreased 88.5%. The 21st century is the falling down of traditional production in Portugal. Like as I see in Greece, is the risks to the same. Yesterday, we noticed that there are few traditional meals in Greece too. But at the same time, the general amounts of modern and traditional meals in general didn't decrease so much, because in last years, a lot of new modern meals appears, and the production is growing, the area of production also, and we have a deep reconstruction of the sector in olive production in Portugal. As you see, less 88% of traditional meals, plus 260% of modern meals, and 2.5 times more production during the last 25 years. When you take in consideration this very intensive transformations. And at the same time, we want to relate that transformation with tourism. We come to the following conclusion. There are in this moment two models for connect tourism with olive heritage. The traditional mass tourism model that is in hands of modern producers, big companies that with modern oil mills and oil production machinery, and the small traditional producers that try to do something to compensate their loss in competitiveness. As yesterday we saw, the same in Portugal. The old mills are attractive for citizens, for tourists. This picture of yesterday and this in Portugal are alike, okay? But in Portugal, the first successful model for tourism is based in this kind of olive oil mills. The buzz with tourists comes, all is organized, so mass tourism is in very good condition to take relationship in its benefit. So we need to work more and more to support traditional production and to because this modern production, their connection with tourism is already done, already successful. But how to do that? We decided first to make international literature review, because in Portugal we find out only 4 articles on this issue. So what you find? Our literature review includes 50 articles. Most of them are Spanish. This is not a surprise because most the tourism, olive oil tourism, is more developed in Spain. Is leader in this area. So we compare our articles and we find out some articles that are related with conceptualization, the concept, the definitions in these authors, something about history and origin of tourism, olive oil tourism, the approach of olive oil tourism as a niche product, and tourism experience also already has some good articles. For example, definitions. I just selected some short definitions. For example, Alonso and Northcote consider that olive tourism includes the offer of tourism attractivities on olive farms, oil mills, and other stakeholders involved in olive growing, as well as activities related to the use of olive oil in hospitality sector. This is a large definition. There are more focused definition and also ambiguous definition, like that. For example, olive tourism represents a new dimension in the promotion of olive oil as a product with a cultural identity in the life of rural communities. Is very large conceptualization. There are more and more, but I have to go. I have to pass because I have 15 minutes at all. Yeah. Second, we explore the relationship between olive tourism and all other kinds of tourism. Because especially in rural areas, the attractions, the heritage is spread in different places. This is not cohesiveness of product, olive tourism product is not enough. We need to compensate. We need to integrate olive oil tourism with other forms of tourism. And if we find such connections, different authors relate olive oil tourism with different types of tourism. Most relate with gastronomy, is more evident link, but also with rural tourism, also clear. for everybody because it's a rural areas, with cultural tourism, with agritourism, with industrial tourism, and enotourism. There are more connections, but the most studied are that. Here you can find some considerations related to the relationship between olive tourism and gastronomy. I will don't read this because it's for me it's evident. The same relationship between olive tourism and rural tourism and agritourism. I give you some time to read. Then relationship between olive tourism and cultural tourism or culture in general. There are authors that consider that relationship between cultural tourism and olive tourism is not so clear. But this, for example, Lopez Guzman associate at the same time olive tourism with cultural tourism and health tourism. It makes sense. But I read somewhere that without the gastronomy, does make sense to make connections between tourism products. Gastronomy is all time in the equation. Again, the industrial tourism seems to be evident because at least in Portugal, we have so many already stopped of product, old mills that we have to do something with them. New museums, for example, new interpretation centers, and so on. And of course, wine tourism and olive tourism. In our project, we have a specific work on this connection. In Portugal, I think that we have not the same like here in Greece. In Greece, some olive oil producers are developing tourism projects in a multifunctional concept. In Portugal, the movement is a little bit different. Good companies that have good projects in wine tourism also connect now wine tourism with olive tourism. But independent olive tourism in small farms, I think we have not. At least I didn't find. Second, another area of research is what is the focus of research? More on supply or more on demand side? As you see here, there are two, it's balanced amounts of articles that are studying the olive tourism from supply side and from demand side. On demand side, the concerns are about the visitors profile, who are the tourists, and their motivations, attitudes, and satisfaction. Supply side are more about how to integrate, so disperse stakeholders with different offers to create a really cohesive product. About demand side, you can pass your quickly to this phrase, to this sentence. More, the profile of tourists, according to authors, is educated person with 60 years old around, and high or middle level of incomes. Regarding the motivation, attitudes, and satisfactions, most of authors consider that the motivation is not too specific. It is tourists, as you know, are multi-motivated, have diversity of motifs. And this can be one additional motive of interest for tourism in the rural areas. So I pass because I have more to present you. From the supply side, most of authors stress the need of synergy among stakeholders. We have to connect citizens, farmers, producers, local governments, agencies, tourism-based firms, and so on. So the difficulty is how to put all together, and at the same time, how to deliver a very high-level service in quality. Okay, next. Oops, sorry. We go up. Please do the photo. It's on? Okay. Next area of study is the focus on the heritage preservation. From this list of 50 authors, we find I think 16 authors working on that. Heritage preservation is the main focus, but also the protected denomination of origin and the ecological relevance of the trees and oil. Again, I don't read nothing about that. You know, all these thematics are themes of this symposium. In this point of view, I have nothing new to share with you, so I just present some ideas. Finally, our synthesis. I think it's more important. We, based on Morgado, we developed a little bit this model that you consider our basis for our studies. There are 5 levels to approach olive oil tourism. More large, this is related with open spaces, rural accommodations, silence, olive oil farms, landscapes, heritage. A second level where we find more organized activities, for example, fairs, specialized specialty shops, oil museums, organizations that are responsible for olive routes, and so on. At a third level, we find the thematic of selling products. Fourth level, this is what you are studying most, is the oil mills visits, olive harvesting, olive oil spa, and olive oil tasting. And finally, more and more important for us, to improve cultural olive oil tourism in small farms is the creative olive tourism experiences. We have already a person here in this room that is working on that. His master dissertation is about that, Ines. We have connection with good association, names Creator Observatory. They are working on creative tourism, and they have a good observatory. We connect our project, Olive4All, with Olive Creator project. Nowadays, we are organizing good Delphi study to understand how to connect creative tourism experiences in olive oil area domain. Finally, talking about Delphi study, we at first organized a simple, short Delphi study, inviting 13 experts in Portugal from 3 sectors: academy, producers, and NGO. And we invited them to evaluate different aspects of olive tourism. First, more important activities. The final result after second round was that participation in olive oil tasting events ranks first. Olive oil growers to visit centennial and millennial olive trees and then landscape second. So we have this ranking maybe to propose entrepreneurs. It could be a good guideline. I don't know, but maybe. Also, we asked about the relationship between olive tourism and other forms of tourism. The most strong connection, as it was, we noticed in literature, was corroborated by our experts. Gastronomic tourism is the main connection to olive oil tourism. Second, tourism in rural areas, nature tourism, wine tourism, and final, industrial tourism. Personally, I think that industrial tourism could be higher because, at least in Portugal, we have a lot of traditional meals that we could recuperate for tourism. About the experience, we ask about the attractiveness of experience in the context of olive oil tourism. This is the ranking. Tasting experience comes again in first place. Then, again, tasting experience of typical dishes. Gastronomy. Gastronomy comes all time in first place. Culinary, so in some sense, these three are corroborating each other. Okay. Next, we offer a kind of a package of workshops and ask to our experts to evaluate what they want, what they prefer to attend. Again, relationship with the gastronomy, in this case, Mediterranean diet comes first. But very interesting, people want to know how to taste oils like yesterday. And they want to participate in sensory analysis of olive oils, then nutritional properties of olive oils, and so on. Then, now about positive impacts of olive oil tourism. The main area is the impact on regional development. I presume positive impact on regional development. Second, impact on education, very interesting. Make young people aware of the importance of millenary heritage. Then positive impacts on valorization of cultural heritage. And please take a look. Now about tourist motivations. First is acquire specific knowledge about olive oil. Second, to be in contact with nature and enjoy an olive grove landscape. To taste olive oil where it is produced. But I ask for your attention. As I know very well, motivations in tourism are not very selective. We can combine 3, 4, 7 different motivations in one action as a tourist. Now, I think it's addressed opportunities in the context of olive oil tourism for the regions. We presented 13 options, but our experts add 2 more options. I don't remember what if the suggestions by our experts are the last or not. but they consider that our possibilities were was not enough. So you can see here a lot of good instructions. For example, in Portugal, we have not developed olive oil routes, but it comes in third place. We have to develop olive routes, according to our experts. Finally, what are the obstacles or difficulties to the development of olive oil tourism? First, the absence of national and regional strategy for development of olive oil tourism. If we look attentive to any national document of policy, any or plans, national and regional, we don't find olive oil tourism as option for development. It's time to create awareness among destination management organizations at the regional and national level for working together on this transformation, because if we have no plan in tourism from the official states, the official entities, it's difficult to find support, financial support to develop projects. We have to inscribe olive oil tourism in the possibilities of our tourism development according to plans for the country. I don't know the situation. I think that maybe is the same in Greece. Maybe in Greece.
You have to.
Okay, I can talk. So I think that is the more important reason is first, because no one cares about if there is not in national plan, if not in regional plan, and so on. And thank you.
So till now, with all the 4 presentations, what I feel is that the paths to build knowledge, to raise awareness, and to contribute to olive and olive oil culture are many and very diverse, and all of them are very important to apply. Okay, so it was asked to me to change the order of the last 2 presentations. So I asked for you to share the second video, please. It's from our colleague, also Nuno Rodrigues, António Pérez, Francisco Dias, Paula Batista, and José Pereira from the Portuguese team. It is called the sensory identity of olive oils as a form to preserve and promote olive heritage of traditional varieties of Trás-os-Montes region in the northeast Portugal. And well, Nuno Rodrigues is not here with us, so we are going to listen video number 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Nuno Rodrigues, and I have another talk in this meeting. This work is I'm the main author, but I have another colleagues from my institute, Professor António Pérez, Paulo Batista, and José Alberto Pereira, and Francisco Dias from the Polytechnic Institute of Leiria is also co-author of this work. The name of this work is The Sensory Identity of Olive Oils as a Form to Preserve and Promote Olive Trees Heritage of Traditional Varieties of Trás-os-Montes region in the northeast of Portugal. In Portugal, the olive tree is distributed along the territory, and we have 4 main regions that produce olive oil. The main producing region is Alentejo, that at this moment produce around 80% of the olive oils that are produced in Portugal. In this region, we have a lot of intensive or high intensive olive orchards that are very different from the other sides of Portugal. Our region, Trás-os-Montes region, is the second producing region that varies their production from 10 to 11 or 15% of the national production, and in this region traditional olive oils, traditional olive groves dominated. The traditional olive oils dominated produced with the autochthonous olive varieties. Also, in the center of the country, we have Beiras that produces around 7% of the olive oils, and Lisboa and Val do Tejo that produced around 4% of the national olive oil, but mainly based in high intensive olive groves. In our region, the northeast of Portugal, we have traditional olive groves with low density of trees per hectare, around 80 to 150 trees per hectare, and in this region dominated the regional varieties. The most important ones are Cobrançosa, Madural, and Verdeal Transmontana, and we have a lot of minor varieties, for example, Santolhana, Negrinha de Freixo, Porrenta, Cordovil, Verdeal, and another kind of varieties. This region is very well known for the quality of its olive oils, and in our opinion, this quality depends of or are mainly related with the terroir of the region, the existence of centenarian olive trees, and also is also dependent of the high olive tree biodiversity. So this kind of biodiversity should result in a very high range of different olive oils with sensations, different sensations, and in our the objective of this study was to study the biodiversity of the sensory profile of olive oils obtained from centenarian olive trees in the Trás-os-Montes region. For this, we selected 150 centenarian olive trees around the region. We make some conversations with a very high number of growers to select the grove, and after that, in each grove we selected the olive trees, different olive trees, to have a very a high range of the olive tree heritage in the region. For each selected tree, we extracted the olive oils, and these olive oils were sensory evaluated by a sensory panel, and also in each olive oil we also proceed to the chemical analysis, quality analysis of each olive oils, and we at this moment we are characterizing each olive oil according to their chemical profile. For example, fatty acid, tocopherols, polyphenols, sterols. We try to obtain a very high range of results that allow us to characterize in these olive oils from different points of views. So considering the sensory analysis, the testers perceived 32 positive sensations, and for its sensations, 13 are olfactory attributes and 19 are gustatory attributes. The main attributes are related with the fluids, some of them from the Mediterranean region and other for another regions. For the descriptive sensory analysis, we observed that in all analyzed olive oils, we have apple, sensations of apples, fresh grass, and nuts. Concerning nuts, we combine all the nuts in the same section, but we have mainly almonds, walnuts, hazelnuts, and sometimes we have another combination of different nuts in the olive oil, in the same olive oil. Also, we have a lot of olive oils with tomato fruits that could be related with the variety that originated this kind of olive oils. For example, tomato fruits is mainly related with the use of olive from Cobrançosa varieties. The cabbage also are present in the high number of olive oils, and after that we obtained sensations of tomato leaves and banana in a high number of olive oils. The banana sensations could be related with also some typical or characteristic varieties of the region, for example, Madural varieties and also the Negrinha de Freixo variety. After that, we have a low number of sensations of sherry, plums, some herbs characteristics from the Mediterranean regions, like lavender and rosemary. These kind of sensations are very characteristics of the south part of the regions that could be related with the soil and some particularities of the climate of these regions, and not and probably the variety is less important in this kind of olive oils. And also we have sensations of kiwi and strawberries, but in the low number of olive oils. Other sensations are apricot, olive leaves, and pears. We think that all these very kind of sensations could have some specific attributes to the olive oils and could produce oils with high diversity of sensations, a wide range of intensities, and a combination of different attributes. All this information combined also with the chemical quality analysis and also the chemical profile like fatty acids, tocopherols, polyphenols will be compilated in a database to establish the profile of the olive oils from Trás-os-Montes regions for its promotion and valorization. We think that we should characterize these olive oils by the knowledge and the knowledge involve all its particularities from the sensory point of view, from the chemical point of view, and also we should involve the growers to show people the forms of production of this kind of olive oils. For my side, and in the last, I would like to thanks for the attention, and we hope that we will see in the near future. Thank you very much.
A very technical presentation, almost a sensorial experience like the one that we have last time. So to finish, we have Sotiris Marines, a very successful entrepreneur here in Greece, the CEO of Art Farm, that is going to present its presentation is called The Links with the Olive Tree at the Origin of Innovative Initiatives in the Field of Tourism and Activities to Protect and Promote the Cultural Heritage of the Olive Tree.
Καλησπέρα σας. Φτάνουμε στο τέλος αυτής της εξαιρετικής συνάντησης και για μένα είναι ένα πολύ δυνατό σημείο, αυτό το τελευταίο σημείο της χρονικής στιγμή για αυτά που άκουσα σήμερα. Εγώ θα ήθελα με την παρουσία μου εδώ να σας μεταφέρω σε μια άλλη εποχή, σε μια εποχή των παιδικών μου χρόνων, διηγώντας σας μικρές προσωπικές ιστορίες που έχουν άμεση σχέση με τον πολιτισμό της ελιάς. Γεννήθηκα σε ένα μικρό χωριό στη Δυτική Μεσσηνία, σε ένα μικρό σπίτι ανάμεσα σε δύο γέρικες ελιές. Το σπίτι ήταν φτιαγμένο από πλήθες από χώμα. Το είχε χτίσει ο παππούς με τον πατέρα μου. Το δάπεδο ήταν και αυτό χώμα. Εκείνο όμως που χαρακτήριζε την όλη γοητεία στα μάτια του μικρού Σωτήρη ήταν οι δύο ελιές που βρίσκονταν μπροστά από αυτό το σπιτάκι. Ο παππούς καθόταν στην άκρη, στη ρίζα αυτής της γέρικης ελιάς, γέρος καθώς ήταν και αυτός, και κάπνιζε την πίπα του. Η γιαγιά μαζί με τη μάνα μου με έπαιρναν από μικρό, σχεδόν 6-7 χρονών, και πηγαίναμε και μαζεύαμε ελιές κάτω από τα δέντρα που έπεφταν τότε οι ελιές. Δεν είχαμε σύγχρονα μέσα και αυτές τις ελιές τις μαζεύαμε σε κουτάκια μικρά εγώ όπως ήμουν και στα καλάθια τα παραδοσιακά και μετά γεμίζαμε τα τσουβάλια. Και έτσι πηγαίναμε στο λιοτρίβι που ήταν στην άκρη του χωριού. Στην άλλη άκρη του χωριού ήταν το δικό μας σπιτάκι όπως σας περιέγραψα. Όταν πήγαινα λοιπόν στο λιοτρίβι, η χαρά μου ήταν μεγάλη. Και γιατί ήταν τόσο μεγάλη? Γιατί εκείνη την εποχή η χαρά των παιδιών ήταν να βρίσκονται σε αυτό το χώρο. Πέραν του ότι ο πολιτισμός, αν θεωρούμε ότι ο ηλεκτρισμός, που δεν υπήρχε εκείνη την εποχή στο χωριό, σκεφτείτε ότι δεν είχαμε πώς στο σπίτι, δεν είχαμε τίποτε, από ό,τι αντιλαμβάνεστε ένα σπίτι και ένα ολόκληρο χωριό χωρίς ηλεκτρισμό ήταν εντελώς διαφορετική ζωή. Όμως ο πολιτισμός είχε έρθει σε αυτό το λιοτρίβι γιατί ήταν η ηλεκτρική μηχανή που έδινε κατά τη διάρκεια λειτουργίας τους 2 μήνες που λειτουργούσε τα φώτα, και έτσι λοιπόν ανακάλυψα μέσα από την ελιά, μέσα από τη διαδικασία παραγωγής του λαδιού και τον ηλεκτρισμό. Αυτό ήταν για μένα πολύ σημαντικό για τη μετέπειτα εξέλιξη της καριέρας μου. Όμως θα σας περιγράψω ακόμα ένα ωραίο σκηνικό που γινόταν εκείνη την εποχή. Αφού πηγαίναμε λοιπόν το λάδι, και το λάδι εκεί δεν έβγαινε με τα σύγχρονα μέσα που έβγαινε σήμερα, αλλά με εντελώς παραδοσιακό τρόπο, και ειδικά στο διαχωρισμό του λαδιού από το νερό, εκεί πράγματι η διαδικασία δεν ήταν τόσο καλή, αλλά έφευγε και λίγο λάδι και έφευγε έξω. Και στο μικρό καλντερίμι το πέτρινο, καθώς κυλούσε το νερό που έφευγε από το λιοτρίβι και πήγαινε να χαθεί προς το ρέμα, θυμάμαι τη μάνα μου και εμένα να μαζεύουμε με ένα μικρό κουτάλι εγώ και ένα μεγαλύτερο η μητέρα μου και να μαζεύουμε την κορφή του λαδιού πάνω από το νερό που είχε ήδη σταματήσει σε μικρές λακκούβες που υπήρχαν εκεί. Αυτό το λάδι το έκανε σαπούνι η μάνα μου. Έτσι λοιπόν θυμάμαι ότι με αυτό το σαπούνι κράτησα αυτά τα μαλλιά που έχω, γιατί μέχρι σήμερα λούζομαι με αυτό το σαπούνι. Είναι πραγματικά ένα πολύ σημαντικό προϊόν που προέρχεται από το ελαιόλαδο. Θυμάμαι ακόμα σκηνές που έχουν μείνει στη μνήμη μου όταν πηγαίναμε στην εκκλησία, γιατί έφυγα 13 χρονών από το χωριό, αλλά μέχρι τα 12 μου, έτσι όπως συνηθίζεται, πήγαινα στην εκκλησία και μία από τις σπουδαίες δουλειές που είχα να κάνω ήταν να κουβαλάω σε κάθε βαφτίσια και σε κηδείες ένα μπουκαλάκι λάδι. Πήγαινα δίπλα στον παπά και μου έλεγε «Το λάδι το έφερες?» Αμέσως του λέω. Έβγαζα λοιπόν το λάδι από ένα σακουλάκι που το είχα και του το έδινα. Και εκεί έβγανε, όταν είχε την κηδεία, να ανοίξει και να ρίξει επάνω το λάδι και να το σταυρώσει και να κάνει τις ευχές του, και ή όταν είχε τα βαφτίσια πραγματικά να αλήφει ολόκληρο το μωρό με το λάδι το ευλογημένο. Αυτό το ευλογημένο προϊόν που πραγματικά σήμερα τιμάμε με την παρουσία όλων εσάς σε αυτό το σημείο που βρισκόμαστε. Βέβαια τα χρόνια κύλησαν, ο υποφαινόμενος έφυγε εσωτερικός μετανάστης στην Αθήνα, αλλά δεν ξέχασε την πατρίδα, ξαναγύρισε πάλι. Και εκεί σε αυτή την επάνωδο, όχι βέβαια στο μικρό χωριό, αλλά στην πρωτεύουσα του νομού μας, στην Καλαμάτα, συνάντησα σημαντικούς ανθρώπους. Ένας από αυτούς ήταν ένας οραματιστής, μεγάλος, με φαντασία, Γιώργος Καραμπάτος. Αυτός λοιπόν ο άνθρωπος μου λέει κάποια στιγμή, μήπως ενδιαφέρεται κάποιος να κάνουμε το γύρο της Μεσογείου? Εγώ βεβαίως εμπνευσμένος από κάποια τραγούδια, να δέσουμε τη Μεσόγειο με σκοινιά, είναι ένας πολύ ωραίος στίχος αυτός που τον τραγουδάμε, λέω βεβαίως και θα πάμε γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο. Τι, να συνδέσουμε τους ανθρώπους με αυτό το ευλογημένο προϊόν, το ελαιόλαδο. Και έτσι λοιπόν ξεκινήσαμε, όπως αναφέρθηκε και ο φίλος Γιώργος, το 1998, να ανοίξουμε δρόμο, γιατί οι δρόμοι της ελιάς που, όπως είδα σε αυτό το δίκτυο που με κατέπληξε, φτάσαμε σήμερα, αγαπητέ Γιώργο, δεν ήταν αυτή η ευκολία, ήταν δύσβατος αυτός ο δρόμος το 1998 με τους 6 συνοδοιπόρους που φτάσαμε στο Κάιρο και μετά στην Αλεξάνδρεια και προσπαθώντας να περάσουμε για τη Λιβύη, οι δυσκολίες ήταν τεράστιες. Και βέβαια, αφού δεν καταφέραμε 4 μέρες, 5 πηγαίνοντας καθημερινά στην πρεσβεία της Λιβύης να μας αφήσει, ο Γιώργος λέει, παιδιά, πηγαίνετε οι μισοί πίσω γιατί δεν μπορούμε να συνεχίσουμε, αλλά εμείς θα κάνουμε το ρεσάλτο κατά τον Καβαδία. Παίρνει λοιπόν ένα καράβι του Γκριμάλντι, ένα γκαζάδικο, και βεβαίως δεν τον νοικιάζει ολόκληρο, αλλά μας ναυτολογεί, γιατί δεν μπορούσαν να πάρουν επιβάτες. Έπρεπε κατά κάποιο τρόπο να συνεχίσουμε το ταξίδι για να φτάσουμε στον προορισμό μας. Και ο προορισμός ήταν να φτάσουμε μέχρι τη Χάεν της Ισπανίας και στη συνέχεια στο κέντρο του ελαιολάδου που ήταν στη Μαδρίτη. Έτσι λοιπόν 3 μέρες και τις νύχτες ταξιδεύουμε στο γκαζάδικο μαζί με τον Γιώργο και τον διερμηνέα μας και φτάναμε στο Παλέρμο της Σικελίας και από εκεί συνεχίσαμε το ταξίδι, ένα περίπλοκο και δύσκολο ταξίδι για να φτάσουμε στον προορισμό μας, για να είμαστε συνεπείς στα ραντεβού που είχαν ήδη κλειστεί για να επιτελέσουμε αυτό το μεγάλο κύκλο και να φτάσουμε σήμερα μετά τόσα χρόνια να είμαστε τόσο ικανοποιημένοι από το μεγάλο ταξίδι. Ειλικρινά θέλω να πιστεύω ότι εκείνο που χρειάζεται και η περιοχή μας αναφέρθηκε και από έναν άλλο φίλο, τον Γιώργο τον Κόκκινο. Έχουμε τη γεωργία και έχουμε και τον τουρισμό. Για μένα λοιπόν αυτό το κεφάλαιο αγροτουρισμός, συνθέτοντας αυτά τα δυο, είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Και γι' αυτό το λόγο θέλω να πιστεύω ότι δεν πρέπει να χάσουμε τις ελπίδες μας. Τις ελπίδες μας, τις ευχές μας, τις κρεμάμε στα δέντρα, όπως λέει και ο ποιητής, και αυτές θα μεγαλώσουν. Γιατί? Γιατί με μια ενελιά, με ένα αμπέλι και με ένα καράβι μπορούμε να φτιάξουμε μια πολύ καλύτερη ζωή. Στέκομαι στα λόγια του μεγάλου μας ποιητή, Οδυσσέα Ελίτη, γιατί είναι πολύ σημαντικό να πορευόμαστε με τέτοιες ιδέες και με τέτοιες προσπάθειες. Στο σήμερα λοιπόν δεν μπορώ να πω τίποτε περισσότερο. Με τα μάτια ενός ταξιδιώτη θα σας φέρω στο παρόν, θα σας μεταφέρω στο Art Farm με ένα μικρό βίντεο 8,5-9 λεπτών και θα χαρώ πολύ να κουβεντιάσουμε και κάτι ό,τι σας ενδιαφέρει στο τέλος. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Like orange juice.
I am Sotiris Marinis. Now we are in Art Farm, Agroctima Marine, in Megali Madinia, out of Kalamata. I was born in a village outside of Kalamata. When I was in primary school, we have no electricity. All my life, till 13 years old, was in the natural, in the villages. You can imagine how was the life without electricity. My job is electrical mechanical engineer, but I stopped my job some years ago. So I started to build a tree house with the material who I found in the natural, from recycling. Welcome to Art Farm. I am here since 10 years and I start to build this place. And I will try with my poor English to show you what I am doing here. It's an old water well. When I was young, we have a donkey who was going around, but now the donkey, he has vacation. I was working with to give water to the flowers and to the trees. This was my job when I was 10 years old. Very hard to be a donkey. In this tree, I have a plan to make a tree house, the reception of Art Farm. And I hope that Pete Nelson from Seattle, he will come. He promised to come here to do it together. And I'm waiting for him. Pete, I wait for you. Pame, let's go down. The flowers, now we have spring. Look, we have good flowers here. Look, oh, nice. Any construction here, I built it with a material who I found without to pay nothing. This is very interesting for me. And when I came for first time here, I came since 10 years ago, and there were nothing here. The first hut, I built this hut over there, this tree. Now it's not good, it's kaput. I stayed there only for one summer alone. I saw the dream one night when I was sleeping inside, what to make around. I saw the amphitheater here. Here I built an amphitheater. Here I built the bar. Over there I built the house, big music hall, and all this project to show to the young people, special, how was the life when I was young. There is not big distance from this time till today, but I saw the technology is running away very quickly. I wanted to show you some of the things we used in the time, as I told you before, when I was young. For example, this was the table when I was sitting around with my three sisters and brother. And we are sitting here so small. In 10 days, we have figs to eat. This is the place for social events, for example, for dancing. Με τα φώτα νησταγμένα και βαριά ξεκινάνε οι Ιταλοί και στην Αθήνα, τα λιμάνια στους σταθμούς στην αγορά. Ό,τι ψάχνεις στη ζωή να βρεις ξεκινά. Σε έχω δει πολλές φορές να τριγυρνάς. Πάμε down. I used material I can find in the natural. For example, bamboo in the river near here. I will show you how it is to live in a Greek tree house. Come up if you like. It's nice. Hello, monsieur. How are you? Good. Okay. I'm. My mirror is here. Yes. He all the time says me that you grow up. But I say, no, I don't grow up. I stay as I was when I was young. Anyway, I feel young. Here is the place. As you see, simple. I make this with volunteers who came from, we found us from Workway. I built it last year. This material it's called terry, and we covered it every year around the walls. It's very good smelling, and I cut it from the mountain. Hi, here we are. Yes, it's like a nest for people. Here is an oven. Yes, let's go there. What a pity. It's empty. One beer, bitte, one whiskey from my friend who came from America. But sorry, nobody's here. Next time, this is Suita, because Suita was good on the time, all time. Look how was building here. A double bed and a bamboo around, another big hut. Yes, here is the shower. Hot water from the sun up. We have solar upstairs. Our philosophy is here to save energy. 5 days ago, a friend brought me a lot of material because I have this. I built this new. It's very, very new for tree house. We have a tent, and I have to continue this to finish this. Here, this building, I built it. All this project, I built it with 3 men from Albania, and I'm very happy for those people. There are 4 bedrooms in old style. There is very cool in summer because it's from stone. The other floor over there is a big music hall. Here we are in a little kitchen. Of course, we have simple things, all the necessaries. We have over there, we have the garden. We have tomatoes, cucumber, aubergine, peppers. I like very much these activities over there. Let's go, Pame, upstairs. We make, it's open kitchen. Sometimes we have cooking lessons. We have another oven here. It's another kind, yes. And this is a place in which we smoke the meat with herbs, for example. Look here, fascomilo. Finish, let's go up. If I have to pay everything here, I never finished this project. That's the truth. And I'm thankful. I'm thankful everybody who helped me to do it. And I'm thankful with myself because I found all this material as you see around in a place, and a friend told me, take it because I closed my shop and I don't need it, and I have to put it here. and it's very interesting and it's very important for me.
I want to show to the people who visit us that it's another way for the life, to save energy, to live simple, in small houses, small rooms. The life in the past, as I remember, it was very simple and the people was more joyful, more happy. Ατάκτος ερημένες λύθη μπήκαν σε μία σειρά. The meaning is that it's very important for the life to be every day, every morning laughing, to have a smile in your mouth every morning when a new day comes to your life.
Okay. Nice.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, sharing your happiness with us without knowing us, and your creativity. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, they didn't listen my words. Okay, so I was telling Sotiris, thank you for his enthusiasm, okay, for being so inspiring and to share his happiness with us without knowing us. So thank you very much. And now I'm going to open the floor for the discussion moment. So you may present your questions. Regarding the two videos from Nuno Rodrigues, if you have any questions, I ask you to contact our colleague using his email, and we can share, because it were two very technical presentations, and it is more adequate for him to answer. Okay, so questions.
Καλησπέρα. Θα ήθελα και εγώ να σας καλωσορίσω στην πόλη μας, στην Καλαμάτα. Έχω δύο ερωτήσεις που αφορούν την παρουσίαση του κύριου Φρανσίσκο Ντίας από την Πορτογαλία. Την Πορτογαλία που έγινε ένα θαύμα με το ελαιόλαδο, με την παραγωγή του ελαιολάδου. Αυξήθηκε η παραγωγή πάρα πολύ. Στην παρουσίασή σας θέλω δύο πράγματα να σας ρωτήσω και να σας πω και τη δικιά μου άποψη. Το ένα είναι στις διαφάνειες που δείξατε, παρουσιάσατε ότι ο μέσος όρος των επισκεπτών στον αεροτουρισμό είναι άνω των 60 ετών. Αυτό γιατί συμβαίνει? Αυτό πρέπει να μας προβληματίζει? Αυτή είναι η πρώτη ερώτηση που ήθελα να σας κάνω. Και μια δεύτερη ερώτηση. Έδειξαν η στατιστική ανάλυση που κάνατε ότι η γαστρονομία είναι ο πρώτος τομέας που συνδέεται με τον ελαιοτουρισμό. Θα ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω, στην περιοχή σας ή στην Πορτογαλία, όσο γνωρίζετε, υπάρχουν πολλά εστιατόρια που μπορείτε να πάτε και να απολαύσετε παραδοσιακά γεύματα με ελαιόλαδο? Γιατί στη δικιά μας περιοχή δυστυχώς είναι πάρα πολύ λίγα αυτά που μπορείς να απολαύσεις ένα παραδοσιακό γεύμα με ένα ελαιόλαδο, και εγώ όταν έρχονται επισκέπτες και θέλω να πάω να τους δείξω κάτι ανάλογο, δυσκολεύομαι. Και πριν σας δώσω το λόγο να μου απαντήσετε, να σας πω τη δικιά μου άποψη σε αυτό. Είδα και το πρωί η Γαλλίδα συνάδελφός σας που παρουσίασε το πρόγραμμα είπε ότι πρέπει να ακολουθήσουμε την πορεία του κρασιού όσον αφορά το ελαιόλαδο, τον ελαιοτουρισμό, και συμφωνώ απόλυτα με αυτό. Και η άποψή μου είναι ότι το κρασί αναπτύχθηκε επειδή πέρασε μέσα από τη γαστρονομία, πέρασε μέσα από το εστιατόριο, πέρασε μέσα από το σομελιέ και έγινε πιο attractive, πιο ελκυστικό στους νέους. Και αυτό βοήθησε πάρα πολύ. Νομίζω ότι η άποψή μου είναι ότι αυτός πρέπει να είναι και η πορεία που πρέπει να ακολουθήσει το ελαιόλαδο. Ευχαριστώ.
The microphone.
Sorry. I'm afraid that maybe I was not clear because I didn't present any statistics about olive oil tourists. Statistics that I presented was about the production, olive oil production, just that. This was context. I put that context to show that during the last 25 years was a decrease, a deep decrease of olive oil mills traditional, the appearance and the growing of modern olive oil mills, and at the same time a growing of production in hectoliters. Okay, I didn't present nothing about tourism to olive oil tourism, even because as such product in Portugal is very rudimental, is not developed. As I said, we have some big companies that work very productively in wine and olive in south of Portugal, in Alentejo, the region that is more developed in intensive production. They organize, they working for big groups, and they work very well in that sense. What I proposed is for small farms, for small productions, traditional production, something innovation in coordination their efforts to create multifunctional agriculture and integrate other attractions in the territory to offer a new product, olive oil tourism, in their regions more developed, with some difficulties to make their olive oil in this moment competitive. Okay, they have to do their bet in quality productions, like Mr. that said that differentiation by quality, not by price, and compensate and create a new image of the territory related to quality and tourism as a compensation, is what I want to say. More, in Portugal, not like in Greece, according what I yesterday could understand, you are developing multifunctional agriculture related to tourism from olive oil farms. In Portugal, we have very good examples of wine farms that now are aggregating also olive oil offers. But I don't know anyone that only exclusive producer of oil farmer producer that is open to tourism. Maybe there is, it exists, but I don't know at least. So in Portugal, we have a very high level of development of wine tourism. And wine tourism can be maybe like a surfing board for olive oil tourism. This is my proposal. So we have not, maybe you create an opposite representation about what I tried to say. We are not, in this sense, we are not a model for anyone. We have a huge amount of heritage that you have to, traditional heritage that you have to support For example, new museums, new interpretation centers, new festivals, and different and high diverse range of initiatives to support these regions that, as was presented, this said before by my colleagues by video, is losing production and at the same time losing population because there are depressed regions. This is the problem. Sorry if you understand in the opposite way.
Ναι, συγγνώμη, μάλλον δεν κατάλαβα καλά, γιατί είδα μία διαφάνεια που έγραφε... Επαναλάβω. Μάλλον δεν κατάλαβα καλά, να ζητήσω συγγνώμη, γιατί είδα μια διαφάνεια που έγραφε άνω των 60 ετών. Αυτό τότε ίσως αναφερόταν στους παραγωγούς των περιοχών και όχι στους επισκέπτες. Αυτό μάλλον δεν κατάλαβα, γιατί στο τέλος που είχατε τα ερωτηματολόγια και τα λοιπά, οπότε ζητάω συγγνώμη, δεν το κατάλαβα εγώ καλά αυτό.
Ναι. Κοιτάξτε, αυτό που φαίνεται καθαρά πλέον, ας πούμε, εμείς τουλάχιστον από την εμπειρία που έχουμε μέσα από τους δρόμους της Ελιάς, που έχουμε επισκεφτεί το χωριό γύρω από τη Μεσόγειο, και στην Πορτογαλία έχουμε πολύ καλούς φίλους, τη Μόουρα. Λοιπόν, το θέμα είναι αυτό που είπε ο Γιώργος ο Κόκκινος. Ένας αγροτικός χώρος, ένα μικρό χωριό, οι αγρότες μιας ομάδας παραγωγών που συναντιούνται στο καφενείο, χνοτιάζονται μεταξύ τους και δημιουργούν μια ομάδα, από εκεί και μετά θα πρέπει τα εισοδήματα αυτών των ανθρώπων, το εισόδημα το ετήσιο, να δημιουργηθεί όχι μόνο από την ελιά. Θα πρέπει και η γαστρονομία, θα πρέπει και η ελιά, θα πρέπει και η μαύρη σταφίδα, θα πρέπει και η φιλοξενία τουριστών, θα πρέπει και το αγρόκτημα, αυτό που έχει κάνει ο Εσωτερής, αυτό το υπέροχο αγρόκτημα με αυτόν τον καταπληκτικό ιδιοκτήτη. Θα πρέπει όλα αυτά τα πράγματα συνδυάζονται, αλλά να ξέρετε ένα πράγμα όμως, ότι αυτά έρχονται σε αντίθεση με τα συμφέροντα των πολύ καλά οργανωμένων περιοχών. Γιατί εμείς έχουμε επιλέξει τις μικρές αγροτικές περιοχές? Γιατί οι πολύ οργανωμένες επιχειρήσεις βλέπουν το κέρδος μέσα από καλύτερη οργάνωση, από περισσότερο εξυγχρονισμό, από ένα επιθετικό μάρκετινγκ και βεβαίως από το μεγάλωμα των επιχειρήσεων. Όσο μεγαλώνει λοιπόν μια επιχείρηση, καταλαβαίνετε ότι αρχίζει σιγά σιγά να μην παίζει μεγάλη σημασία ο πολιτισμός και οι παραδόσεις κτλ. Γι' αυτό υπάρχουν κινήματα στον κόσμο που μιλάνε για αποανάπτυξη. Η αποανάπτυξη έχει μια μεγάλη φιλοσοφία από πίσω. Και αν καθίσουμε και δούμε το όραμα του 2040 που μας λέει ο ΟΗΕ, για σκεφτείτε, ποιο είναι το όραμα του 2040? Επιχειρήσεις υπερσύγχρονες, που εκεί πλέον δεν θα παίζει ρόλο ο άνθρωπος, θα παίζει ρόλο μια μηχανή που θα κάνει τα πάντα, αλλά που ο ΩΣΑ θα βγαίνει και θα λέει η ανάπτυξη στην τάδε περιοχή είναι αυτή. Θα υπάρχει δηλαδή κάτι που θα συνδέει αυτή την ανάπτυξη με τον άνθρωπο, με τον τοπικό πληθυσμό, με το μικρό χωριό. Εδώ, γι' αυτό το λόγο λοιπόν θα σας έλεγα το εξής. Όσοι αγαπάνε τον πολιτισμό της ελιάς, πρέπει να ετοιμαστούν για έναν ακτιβισμό, για να σωθεί η Μεσόγειος. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. More questions, please? Well, I would like also to ask you some questions because I was very interested with your presentation.
A little closer to the mic. A little closer. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So sorry. About the network, okay. Does the foundation works also as a consultant? You offer consultancy services to the communities that want to make part of the network, okay? And also,
what are the biggest difficulties of these communities to become part of the network?
Θέσατε δύο ερωτήματα που είναι και πολύ σημαντικά. Το ένα είναι οι δρόμοι. Εμείς έχουμε υποχρέωση μέσα από την σχέση που έχει δημιουργηθεί με το Συμβούλιο της Ευρώπης και με την UNESCO να παρέχουμε τέτοιες πληροφορίες και να βοηθάμε μικρές κοινωνίες, μικρές κοινωνίες, αγροτικές περιοχές να μπορέσουν να αποκτήσουν ένα συγκριτικό πλεονέκτημα σαν περιοχή, άρα να ξεχωρίσουν, να διαφοροποιηθούν και για να μπορέσουν να γίνουν βιώσιμες με την ευρία έννοια, έτσι. Αλλά αυτό όμως το πράγμα για να γίνει δεν χρειάζεται μόνο η συμβουλή από εμάς ή από ένα πανεπιστήμιο ή από τους ερευνητές που ξέρουν πάρα πολύ καλά και έχουν και την πληροφόρηση μέσα από την έρευνα κτλ. Το θέμα είναι πώς δημιουργούμε μια ομάδα τοπικής δράσης και αυτή η ομάδα τοπικής δράσης ευθυγραμμίζεται με το όραμα 2040. Άρα λοιπόν πρέπει να βρούμε το όραμα που θα το υιοθετήσει το χωριό. Στη συνέχεια να βρεθούν οι άνθρωποι αυτοί οι οποίοι πρέπει να κουβαλάνε μια σχετική τρέλα όπως του Μαρίνη, του Σωτήρη, να έχουν μια σοφία όπως του Γιώργου του Κόκκινου, να αντιλαμβάνονται την ανάγκη να συνεργαστούν με τα πανεπιστήμια και με τους ερευνητές και από εκεί και μετά να δημιουργήσουν μια συλλογικότητα και να ευθυγραμμιστούν πάνω σε αυτό το θέμα. Λοιπόν, τότε να είστε σίγουροι ότι αυτή η περιοχή δεν έχει πρόβλημα. Ό,τι και θέματα να υπάρχουν και όποιες δυσκολίες. Αν προκύψει αυτό το πράγμα. Έχουμε μια τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση όμως που δεν βοηθάει σε αυτό. Και δεν βοηθάει σε αυτό γιατί η τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση αρέσκεται στο να καπελώνει πρωτοβουλίες και να λειτουργεί παρεμβατικά. Αυτό το πράγμα όμως δεν είναι καλό. Και δεν είναι καλό γιατί οι πρωτοβουλίες αυτές και οι προσπάθειες πρέπει να ξεκινάνε από κάτω προς τα πάνω. Αν αυτό δεν το έχει ανάγκη η περιοχή και δεν γίνει από τους ίδιους, ό,τι και να προκύψει από πάνω, δεν γίνεται τίποτα. Και θα σας πω και κάτι άλλο για την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά πράγματα οφείλονται στον κακό χειρισμό από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Καλλιέργειες εξαφανίστηκαν. Γιατί επιδοτήθηκαν για να μην ασχοληθούν με τις καλλιέργειές τους. Επιδοτήθηκαν για να πάνε να ράξουν στα καφενεία. Και όλα αυτά γιατί αυτό βοηθούσε τις τότε πολιτικές για να δημιουργηθούν οι συμφωνίες με τις άλλες χώρες προκειμένου να εξάγουν τέλος πάντων τέτοιες συμφωνίες. Η Ευρώπη έχει αποτύχει σε ένα πράγμα. Δεν κατάφερε να δώσει το συγκριτικό της πλεονέκτημα που αυτό είναι ο πολιτισμός της. Δεν είναι τα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα. Ούτε το Πράσινο Ταμείο, ούτε η κοινή αγροτική πολιτική. Το μεγάλο πλεονέκτημα της Ευρώπης είναι ο πολιτισμός της. Ο πολιτισμός λοιπόν αυτός της Ευρώπης μοιράζεται σε πολύ μικρότερους πολιτισμούς και φτάνουμε και στο χωριό. Η γαστρονομία σίγουρα είναι η αρχή και το τέλος για να δείξουμε την αξία του ελαιολάδου. Και όχι μόνο του ελαιολάδου και όλων των αγροτικών προϊόντων. Εάν καταφέρει μια περιοχή μικρή και αντιληφθεί ότι η γαστρονομία είναι αυτή που θα δημιουργήσει τη διαφορά, τότε θα πάει καλά. Γιατί η τοπική γαστρονομία είναι των πραγμάτων διαφορετική από την άλλη, από κάποια άλλη, από μια άλλη περιοχή. Τα ηλιοτρύπια τα παραδοσιακά, εντάξει, μπορεί κάποιο ηλιοτρύπιο να έχει πέτρες, κάποιο άλλο να έχει κάτι άλλο κτλ. Λίγο πολύ. Είναι πολύ έτσι μικρές οι διαφορές που κάνουν την τεράστια διαφορά για να δημιουργηθεί το κίνητρο ας το πούμε, η ανάγκη να το επισκεφθεί αυτή την περιοχή ένας τουρίστας. Αντίθετα, κανένας τουρισμός δεν αναπτύσσεται όταν μια περιοχή δεν έχει καλό φαγητό. Κανένα συνέδριο δεν γίνεται σε μια περιοχή όταν δεν έχει καλή κουζίνα. Άρα λοιπόν είναι ένας συνδυασμός πολλών πραγμάτων. Και ένα από τα βασικά είναι το πώς θα πείσουμε τις κοινωνίες αυτές ότι έχουν ανάγκη από ένα όραμα. Το όραμα 2040. Αλλά ένα όραμα που δεν θα τους φέρει περισσότερα λεφτά, αλλά θα τους φέρει περισσότερη ευτυχία.
Thank you.
Θα ήθελα να συμπληρώσω αυτά που είπε ο κύριος Καραμπάτος πριν, γιατί συνεργαζόμαστε μαζί για τους δρόμους της Ελιάς, και να απαντήσω κι εγώ με τη σειρά μου στην ερώτηση της Φερνάντα. Ρωτήσατε αν εμείς μπορούμε να παρέχουμε μια συμβουλευτική υποστήριξη για να γίνει κάποιο project σχετικό με την ανάδειξη της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς της Ελιάς. Ναι, μπορούμε να δώσουμε. Είναι όπως είπε, μία από τις υποχρεώσεις μας στη συνεργασία που έχουμε και στην πιστοποίηση που έχουμε λάβει από το Συμβούλιο της Ευρώπης. Είναι απαραίτητο, το επιβεβαιώνω και το επαυξάνω, ότι όλα γίνονται με την τοπική κοινωνία. Πρέπει να δημιουργηθεί μία ομάδα εργασίας από άτομα που γνωρίζουν το αντικείμενο και θέλουν να συνεργαστούμε για να κάνουμε κάτι. Έχουμε ήδη κάνει πολλά τέτοιες... Έχουμε συμμετάσχει σε πάρα πολλές τέτοιες εργασίες συμβουλευτικές. Συγκεκριμένα στην Ισπανία, στη Μαγιόρκα, έχουμε συνεργαστεί για τη δημιουργία μιας τοπικής διαδρομής Ελιάς. Αυτή τη στιγμή στην Ελλάδα γίνεται στο νησί των Κιθήρων κάτι αντίστοιχο, μια έρευνα για να γίνει μια τοπική διαδρομή εκεί. Όπως είπε ο κύριος Καραμπάτος, και αυτό είναι, επιλέγουμε κυρίως τις μικρές περιοχές, αυτές που έχουν ανάγκη από νέες τουριστικές προτάσεις. Επίσης, υπάρχει μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον για δημιουργία πολιτιστικών διαδρομών στην Κροατία, στη Σλοβενία, σε πάρα πολλές περιοχές. Οπότε η Πορτογαλία, που θα είναι χαρά μας αν γίνεται να δημιουργηθεί έτσι μια μικρή ομάδα εργασίας, και βεβαίως ευχαρίστως εμείς να συμμετέχουμε και να μεταφέρουμε την τεχνογνωσία μας να δημιουργηθεί μια τοπική διαδρομή. Ευχαριστώ.
You have answered my next question. If you have contacts from Portuguese communities that were interested to be...
Η Πορτογαλία ήταν μία από τις χώρες που τράβηξε το ενδιαφέρον μας, ήταν από τις πρώτες χώρες που τράβηξε το ενδιαφέρον μας. Σας μίλησαν νωρίτερα ο κύριος Καραμπάτος και ο Σωτήρης για τις διαδρομές ανακάλυψης του πολιτισμού της Ελιάς που ξεκινήσαμε το 1998. Η Πορτογαλία ήταν μία από αυτές. Τότε δημιουργήσαμε πάρα πολύ στενές σχέσεις με την πόλη της Μόουρα και με το Δήμο Μόουρα, με την Ένωση Ελαιοπαραγωγών Πόλεων Πορτογαλίας, Αντέμο, με τη λέσχη μοτοσυκλετιστών της Μόουρα, που είναι μια πολύ δυναμική λέσχη, και μάλιστα έχουμε ακόμα επαφές με αυτή τη λέσχη, με Πορτογάλους από εκεί, με τη ΣΕΠΑΑΛ. Δεν θυμάμαι ακριβώς άλλους να σας πω. Δυστυχώς με τα χρόνια και με την οικονομική κρίση που έπληξε και τη χώρα σας και τη δική μας χώρα, αργότερα, και είχαμε έτσι προβλήματα, χάσαμε λίγο αυτές τις επαφές, και θα θέλαμε, είναι μέσα στα σχέδιά μας, στα άμεσα σχέδιά μας, να μπορέσουμε να επιστρέψουμε και να αναπτύξουμε σχέσεις με την Πορτογαλία, γιατί πραγματικά είναι μια χώρα, όπως σας είπα και σε ιδιωτικό επίπεδο, είναι μια χώρα που αγαπάμε πάρα πολύ. Θεωρούμε ότι έχουμε πάρα πολλά, παρότι είμαστε στις δύο άκρες της Ευρώπης, θεωρούμε ότι σαν άνθρωποι, σε ανθρώπινο επίπεδο, έχουμε πολλά κοινά στοιχεία και μπορούμε να συνεννοηθούμε πάρα πολύ καλά. Αυτό, και επίσης, και θα ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω κάποια στιγμή, έχουμε μια συνεργασία με είναι μια εξαιρετική συνεργάτηδα που έχουμε, που λέγεται Μανουέλε Βίνιες Παπρόκη. Έχει συνεργαστεί και έχει κάνει έρευνα στην περιοχή με το Πανεπιστήμιο, το Πολυτεχνείο της Τομάρ, Δεν ξέρω και αν έχετε κάτι είδα, έχετε το ΜΑΡ. Οπότε, η οποία μιλάει τέλεια τη γλώσσα σας και πιστεύω ότι θα ήταν ευκαιρία να συνεργαστούμε, γιατί είναι ένα θέμα και η γλώσσα. Θέλω πολλά να σας πω σε όλη την ομάδα της Πορτογαλίας, αλλά δυστυχώς λόγω γλώσσας δεν μπορώ να επικοινωνήσω. Αυτά ήθελα να πω.
Can I answer?
Yes.
First, I congratulate you for your efforts, very consistent and several years showing the right way to develop, to create good integration international on basis of this heritage. 2 months ago, I was in Istanbul. I was invited for a conference about sustainable heritage, and there I was the last keynote speaker, and there the first 4 all day about told about a function of the heritage that can divide us. For example, Ottomans, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and different interpretation of past. When I understood where I was, I thought, okay, I changed my presentation. I improvised. I said, look, I will talk about with you about one function of heritage that can unite us. For example, olive heritage. And I start to explain this project. The presentation was not so elaborated, but was very successful. Now I have 2 collaborators in our Olive4All project in Portuguese from Turkey. One of them was already in paper. At the same time, I would want to say you that in the framework of Olive4All project, I thought that the best way to make our efforts fruitful for the future is to create a network in Portugal of stakeholders to implement some of good ideas. But I didn't know before that you are already in the place. So we are very happy if you can be mediator or partners in this project. It's for me, it's clear, because even the project Olive4All will be better. So we will talk with him, we will aggregate people. We are here to do something. So thank you.
Μία πρόταση λοιπόν που έρχεται τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή είναι μια ευκαιρία να ξεκινήσουμε τη συνεργασία. Πώς λέγεται η πρόταση? Ομιλούσες αιωνόβιες ελιές. Στο κάθε χωριό που λέμε σίγουρα υπάρχει μια αιωνόβια ελιά. Αυτή την ελιά θα μάθουμε να μιλάει. Θα σας στείλω την πρόταση, την επόμενη εβδομάδα θα την έχετε. Και έτσι ξεκινάει μια ιδέα που θα μας συνδέσει. Είναι η αλυσίδα αξίας που λέμε. Οι ομιλούσες αιωνόβιες ελιές.
Well, yeah. Oh, okay, Julie.
Yes, I wanted to answer that because I'm glad to hear that, because when we wrote this project, we wanted to share the same values at the roots of the olive tree, and it was mainly to put the heritage at the heart of our sustainable development and to the richness of our societies. And I think that's our main values that we share. And when I hear you speaking about a network in Portugal, it's a pleasure to hear that, because that's the heart of our project. So thank you.
So we have time for one more question. Okay.
Θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω τον κύριο Μαρίνη να μας πει σχηματικά έστω τις δυσκολίες, την εξέλιξη της τρομερής αυτής προσπάθειας που έκανε, που είναι αξιοθαύμαστη, είναι ένα ποίημα αισθητικής αυτό που έκανε, που εύχομαι να το επισκεφθώ σύντομα. Θα ήθελα λιγάκι να μας πείτε τι πρωτοβουλίες πήρατε, τις δυσκολίες που είχατε, πώς κατέληξε να γίνει αυτό που έγινε. Στην πράξη να δούμε τα πράγματα λίγο.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι οι προσπάθειες δεν πρέπει να σταματήσουν ποτέ. Για να γίνει ένα έργο, ασφαλώς εν αρχή είναι η πολλή εργασία και η προσπάθεια. Βέβαια, στη διαδρομή συναντάς μερικές φορές τεράστιες δυσκολίες. Στην προκειμένη περίπτωση, εκείνο που εμένα με βοήθησε ήταν, όπως είπα, ήταν ένα παιδικό όνειρο, ήταν μία θα έλεγα με πάθος, ας πούμε, διάθεση για να φτάσω στο αποτέλεσμα, χωρίς βεβαίως να το έχω σαν στόχο να κάνω μια επιχείρηση. Περισσότερο, όπως μου καταλογίζει και ο γιος μου που παίρνει τώρα την πρωτοβουλία να το συνεχίσει, μου λέει έκανες ένα πράγμα το οποίο δεν είχες κάνει οικονομοτεχνική μελέτη, δεν έκανες όλα εκείνα τα απαραίτητα. Έκανες ό,τι σου έλεγε η καρδιά σου, το μυαλό σου και η διάθεσή σου. Η αλήθεια είναι, αγαπητοί φίλοι, ότι μπορούμε να κάνουμε σπουδαία πράγματα. Δεν είναι τόσο μεγάλο το πρόβλημα και ειδικά στην περιοχή μας, γιατί αυτή η συγκεκριμένη εποχή που μιλάμε, ο αγροτουρισμός είναι σε μεγάλη προτεραιότητα. Όπως είπε και ο φίλος ο Γιώργος, δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε μεγάλες επιχειρήσεις και δεν είναι απαραίτητο να κάνουμε μεγάλες. Χάνουμε το νόημα. Ο αγροτουρισμός θέλει προσωπική παρουσία, θέλει προσωπική δουλειά. Ο πολιτισμός δεν γίνεται από μηχανές, γίνεται από ανθρώπους. Συντηρούμε την παράδοση εξυγχρονίζοντάς τους στο βαθμό που επιτρέπεται από εμάς, από τα χέρια μας και από το μυαλό μας και από τις θέσεις που έχουμε απέναντι στη ζωή μας και βεβαίως μπορούμε να τα καταφέρουμε. Σήμερα βέβαια υπάρχουν και αρκετά, όπως λένε οι επαΐοντες, οικονομικά εργαλεία που βοηθάνε σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Το πολυλειτουργικό αγρόκτημα σαν θεσμός έγινε υπάρχει νομικό καθεστώς από το 2014, αλλά δυστυχώς δεν έχει φτάσει, να πούμε, στους μικρούς που χρειάζονται μόνο 5 στρέμματα για να το αναπτύξουν και να πάρουν και μια επιδότηση. Αυτή τη στιγμή υπάρχει μια προκήρυξη στον αέρα που λέει πράσινος αγροτουρισμός. Και ξέρετε ποιο είναι το πλαφόν, το κάτω, το πάτωμα για να ξεκινήσει κάποιος να κάνει τέτοιο? 500.000 ευρώ. Ποιος από εμάς τους μικρούς μπορεί να κάνει κάτι τέτοιο? Σε ποιους απευθύνεται λοιπόν? Ποιος πρέπει να γίνει ακτιβιστής δηλαδή? Εμείς όλοι. Γιατί ο πράσινος αγροτουρισμός θέλει ανθρώπους σαν εμάς να ξεκινήσουμε και η περιοχή μας να αναπτυχθεί μέσα σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Όταν παίρνει ο μεγάλο επιχειρηματίας 500.000 και βάζει και φτάνει 3-4 εκατομμύρια για να κάνει αγροτουρισμό, σας διαβεβαιώ ότι δεν θα κάνει ποτέ αγροτουρισμό. Θα κάνει μια βιομηχανία τουρισμού, η οποία θα έχει τον ωραίο τίτλο πράσινος αγροτουρισμός. Εκεί πρέπει να αντισταθούμε. Εμείς, σαν μικρή ομάδα που είμαστε, αγροξένια λέγεται, μπορείτε να μας αναζητήσετε στο ίντερνετ, κάνουμε μια μικρή προσπάθεια σε όλη την Ελλάδα, έτσι ώστε να αναδειχθούν αυτές οι καλές πρακτικές και να συντηρήσουμε αυτό για το οποίο είχε σκοπό, από ό,τι κατάλαβα, και το σημερινό συνέδριο. Σκοπός μας είναι λοιπόν να συντηρήσουμε αυτό τον πολιτισμό που έρχεται από πολύ παλιά και πρέπει να τον πάμε παρακάτω. Μην αφήσουμε να χαθεί αυτή η ευκαιρία. Αυτό είχα να σας πω.
Γιώργο, ήθελα να σε ρωτήσω, να μας πεις 2 λόγια περισσότερα. Τι εννοείς όταν λες πολυλειτουργικός αγροτικός τομέας? Δηλαδή, πώς το εννοείς αυτό το πράγμα και αν μπορεί να δουλέψει σε μικρές κοινωνίες κτλ. Τι εννοείς με αυτό το πράγμα?
η πολυλειτουργικότητα, η πολυσυλλεκτικότητα, πολυλειτουργικότητα. Εγώ αυτόν τον όρο τον άκουσα πρώτη φορά το 2003 σε ένα συνέδριο στην Καρδίτσα, το οποίο μπορώ να πω το έκανε η αναπτυξιακή Καρδίτσα, η οποία τότε είχε κάνει ένα αξιοθαύμαστο έργο στη Λίμνη Πλαστήρα. Και μπορώ να πω ότι όλα αυτά τα χρόνια το σκεφτόμουν τι είναι η πολυσυλλεκτικότητα και τι είναι η πολυλειτουργικότητα. Και τελικά ανακάλυψα ότι αν εξαιρέσουμε την πολυλειτουργικότητα που θέλει πάρα πολλά στοιχεία, την πολυσυλλεκτικότητα την είχαμε και τη χάσαμε. Δηλαδή, οι μνήμες που έχω εγώ από τον ορίζοντα στην περιοχή μου δεν ήταν ένας απέραντος ελαιώνας. Ήταν αμπέλια, σταφίδες, μποστάνια, πορτοκαλιές κτλ. Δηλαδή, μια τεράστια βιοποικιλότητα η οποία λειτουργούσε προσθετικά στο ετήσιο εισόδημα των παραγωγών, αλλά και στην αυταρκιά τους παράλληλα. Και ενίσχυε και την κυκλική οικονομία. Θα σας πω μόνο ότι, δεν ξέρω αν πολλοί θα το γνωρίζετε φαντάζομαι, το οικόσι του γουρούνι τι ήταν στην ουσία, ήταν ένας τρόπος να εξασφαλίζει το κρέας της χρονιάς χωρίς να χαλάς ούτε μία δραχμή. Με τα αποφάγια και ό,τι περίσσευε. Αυτό είναι πολιτισμός, τον οποίο αυτό το πολιτισμό το ξεχάσαμε. Η πολυλειτουργικότητα όμως θέλει εκπαίδευση, είναι κάτι πιο σύνθετο, γιατί θα πρέπει να ξεκινήσεις από αυτό που ήδη κάνεις και να το πας πολύ πιο πέρα. Δηλαδή, τι είμαστε, η ομάδα παραγωγών ηλέας, τι είναι, ελαιοπαραγωγή. Αυτοί λοιπόν οι ελαιοπαραγωγοί πρέπει να καταλάβουν ότι γύρω τους έχουν έναν ανεξάρτητο πολιτισμό. Μπορούν να αξιοποιήσουν τον πολιτισμό στα πλαίσια του αγροτουρισμού. Φτάνει αυτό? Όχι. Δεν πρέπει να πουλάμε χύμα λάδι. Θα πρέπει να το αξιοποιήσουμε ως συσκευασμένο. Φτάνει αυτό? Όχι. Έχουμε μια τοπική ποικιλία, τη μαυρολιά, η οποία μέχρι πριν από 30 χρόνια την αξιοποιούσαν ως επιτραπέζια. Αυτό κάνουμε φέτος, προσπαθούμε να τη φέρουμε πάλι, να την καλλιεργήσουμε, να τη φέρουμε σε επίπεδο να είναι επιτραπέζια ελιά και να κάνουμε και ένα πατέ. Άρα λοιπόν κάνουμε ένα καλάθι από προϊόντα, αλλά και υπηρεσίες σε όλο το φάσμα που μπορούμε να κάνουμε μέσα στον τόπο μας. Σε αυτό ακριβώς το πλαίσιο, και το ανακοινώνω τώρα, αν δεν έχουμε πάρει την τελική απόφαση, οργανώνουμε και μια μεγάλη γιορτή με την έναρξη της συγκομιδής, μιας και είμαστε η πρώτη περιοχή, από τις πρώτες μάλλον στην Ελλάδα, ίσως και από τις πρώτες στην Ευρώπη, που ξεκινάμε συγκομιδή με την ποικιλία μαυρολιά, που είναι μια πολύ τοπική ποικιλία. Εκεί συναντάμε υπεραιωνόβια ελαιόδεντρα προσδιορίστου ηλικίας, ο κ. Σταυρώνης τα ξέρει πολύ καλά και ο Γιώργος που τα έχει περπατήσει, η οποία ποικιλία ίσως να έρχεται και από την εποχή του Νέστορα. Ένας ωραίος μύθος λοιπόν, δέντρα πάρα πολλά τα οποία τα συναντά στην περιοχή, και μια γιορτή ελιάς, αλλά όχι με την εσωστρέφεια που κάνουμε τις γιορτές, όχι για μας. Βεβαίως και για μας, αλλά και για τους επισκέπτες, που θα έρθουν και θα γνωρίσουν όλα αυτά τα πράγματα. Τη γαστρονομία, την τοπική κουζίνα της περιοχής, τον πολιτισμό της ελιάς και πάρα πολλά πράγματα. Μνημεία πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς. Πρόσφατα ανακαλύψαμε 2 γεφυράκια από την εποχή της Σοκρατίας, τα οποία ήταν έτοιμα να καταρρεύσουν. Ο περιβαλλοντικός πλούτος που έχουμε, το είπα και πριν, και ο πολιτιστικός είναι ανεξάρτητος. Αρκεί να θελήσουμε να τον δούμε. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. So,
μια πολύ σύντομη ερώτηση, περισσότερο μια διευκρίνηση σε αυτά που είπε ο κύριος Κόκκινος. Μου φάνηκε εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρουσα αυτή η σύνδεση του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα με τον πολιτισμό και ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω εάν σε αυτούς τους συλλογισμούς σας έχετε και άλλους συνεργάτες, συνοδοιπόρους από άλλα κομμάτια, όχι δηλαδή από τον τομέα της γεωργίας, αλλά από κομμάτια του πολιτισμού πιο επαγγελματικά, ας το πούμε έτσι. Πώς να το πω ακριβώς?
Είμαστε σε αναζήτηση. Αν μπορείτε να μας προτείνετε, πολύ ευχαριστώ. Δηλαδή, θα σας πω μόνο ότι ήδη έχουμε μια χρόνια συνεργασία με τον κύριο Καραμπάτο και με τους δρόμους της ελιάς, και οι συνεργασίες και οι συνέργειες είναι αυτά που θα μας πάνε πιο πέρα. Δηλαδή, οποιονδήποτε κρίνουμε ότι είναι ανοιχτό σε θέματα συνεργασίας, είμαστε έτοιμοι να ξεκινήσουμε ακόμα και τώρα ένα διάλογο και μια συζήτηση πώς μπορούμε να συνεργαστούμε. Ο σκοπός μας, σας το λέω και πάλι, δηλαδή ο καλύτερος δείκτης που μπορεί να δείξει την ευημερία της υπαίθρου είναι να μένουν νέοι άνθρωποι, να μένουν νέα παιδιά. Από εκεί ξεκινάνε όλα. Αν μπορέσουμε να αντιστρέψουμε αυτό το πράγμα, το οποίο αυτή τη στιγμή είναι απογοητευτικό στην ελληνική ύπαιθρο, θα έχουμε πετύχει. Ένας νέος να μείνει σημαίνει ότι κάτι κάνουμε καλά. Ευχαριστώ.
Καλησπέρα. Απλά συμπληρωματικά να ενημερώσω ότι η ποικιλία Μαυρουλιά ήταν η δοκιμή που κάναμε χθες στο 4ο δείγμα, σε όσοι είχαν περιβρεθεί στο κτήμα του κ. Μαρίνη. Και απλά οι λόγοι που ήταν αυτή η γρήγορη αλλίωση της ελιάς είναι αυτό που είπε ο κ. Κόκκινος, που γίνονται προσπάθειες παραπέρα από τον εκμεταλλευτή και πέρα από ελαιοποίηση. Ευχαριστώ.
Well, we are going. Going to finish, okay? So, thank you for all your contributions, the sharing, your knowledge, your experiences. I think the work we're going to return tomorrow at, oh, Julie, do you want to say something? Okay.
Just before closing this afternoon, it was just to propose to our teams to make a short meeting at 19 today. Yes, before no, 7 p.m. before the restaurant. Sorry, but in the roots of the olive tree, in the main building of the roots of the olive tree, where we were on Saturday. Thank you.
So see you tomorrow.